All right. Greetings, Internet Sojourners, and welcome back to the MMocracy stream. Greetings to my YouTube video viewers as well. Thank you always for your support. We've got a good stream planned tonight, as you can see. I'm out here in the Giant Fort once again, but there is an end to the madness. I promise you, I have a little bit over 50%. I got about 60% to go to 34, and then at 34, we will be officially done with the Giant Fort. There will be no more giants for Mr. Best Friend. He has killed hundreds of them at this point, and so we're going to go ahead and get started in trying to finish this up and kind of close this chapter out in Mr. Best Friend's timeline here. So I do need to do a few things. Let me get my chat rolling because there will probably be folks in here in a minute. And Asaku, if you watch this later, I just want to say thanks for all your kind words on my MMO content on YouTube. Thank you for being a steadfast and what's the right word? The word escapes me. Thank you for being a viewer and continuing to watch the streams after the fact. It definitely keeps me on point because I know that these are going on YouTube and I want to do the best content that I can. So I'll actually be dropping 2 videos tomorrow for YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and grab this guy here because I don't want this dude to take him. Looks like he's... What is he doing? I thought he was going to take him. I actually got my spell got interrupted, so... Oh, I thought that evergreen behind him was coming after me. That's funny. And, yeah, good stream plan. We're going to go probably till, I would say, 3.5 hours here. And just try to... We're going to try to knock out 33 to 34 tonight. And I'm debating, what do I want to listen to? I know what I want to listen to. I want to listen to Band on the Run by Paul McCartney. And then I'm going to let Spotify kind of do its thing afterwards. Because that whole... It's kind of a vibe. And I just want to make sure that my music isn't being pumped out to the stream for you guys. Because I recognized that a lot of folks would come to the stream and they wouldn't stay. And obviously that's a normal thing, right? People shop around, they want to know where to spend their time. But one of the reasons that I think people didn't want to stay is because maybe they didn't like the music I was playing. And that's okay, we all have different tastes. So I decided, rather than keep pumping my own music to the stream, I would just play my microphone and the game audio, and then you guys can listen to whatever you want in the background. So we got to do a little bit of meditation here. But I got a call today from my dad. And we talked for a little bit. And I told him I had to get off because I had a broadcast to do. And so he said, send me the link. So there may be a surprise visit from the MMocracy's dad. He'll probably just lurk. I can't imagine he's got a Twitch account where he chats. But who knows? Maybe he's like a steadfast viewer of some Fortnite streamer or something. Highly unlikely, but could be the case. Let's see, what have I done in the last couple days? I grinded off stream here in the Giant Fort for a little bit. Just to try to get a little bit of experience. And, let's see, yesterday I don't think I played EQ at all yesterday. I came home from work and was kind of tired. But I did do some video editing, so if you want to check out, I know Asaku's already checked it out. I make kind of more of an academic type video where we talked about digital media preservation. And I'll kind of summarize the point that I made real quick, and that's that when it comes to games like this, developers, or any MMORPG, developers tend to put patches on them just one on top of the next. And after 10, 15 years of the product's life cycle, the game or the digital media is virtually indistinguishable from the very earliest stages of it. And there's no way for people to go back typically and play the game as it was when it came out. Maybe they want to play the game as it was when they bought the game. Maybe they didn't buy the game till 3 or 5 years into the life cycle. Now we're at 15 years. There's no way for them to replicate that experience. And that's extremely different from like the example I use is like a Super Nintendo game. I can load up a Super Nintendo game, that I played as a kid, and it's the exact same game, right? And it will never be anything but that exact same game. So, the point I made was companies should make an effort to preserve the media, because later on, not only is this is just a game, right? It's just fun, it's entertainment, but is it? So later on, somebody may want to actually study this and be like, well, what was that like? What what were people experiencing at that time, right? And if they don't preserve the code, if they don't preserve the media, then it goes away forever. Imagine, in 1,000 years, if we preserve digital media properly, anthropologists in 1,000 years, they might be out of a job because they've already, everything's kind of there for everybody to study and look at. Imagine if we could go back 1,000 years and just see perfectly, with perfect accuracy, what kind of media people were consuming, what kind of entertainment were they doing. We have records, we have books, but um, this media could way outlast, any sort of physical object as long as we don't get hit by a solar flare or anything like that. So that was kind of the point that I made. Plus, a lot of us have games that we played as we were younger that have shut down, online games that have shut down, and there is now zero chance that you will ever be able to play that game again. And that's kind of sad. The example I used, oh my gosh, people are out here wrecking. Somebody is absolutely crushing the giant fort. Look, it's murder out here. 1, 2, 3 dead bodies there. There's one there. There's one there. And it almost looks like they're killing indiscriminately. I wonder if they're looking for a forest loop. That's probably what's going on. That's bad for me because now I have nothing to fight. And that's going to slow down my experience, but yeah, go away. Boop. Yeah, a game like the game I used was WildStar. So WildStar came out in 2014. It shut down in 2018. And NCSoft owns the intellectual property, and they refuse to release uh, the code. They refuse to release a new server, and it's really unfortunate because it's pretty much gone forever. Fans are trying to recreate it, but it's an extremely difficult thing to do. Essentially, when an MMO is shutting down, a lot of times what people will do is they will start scooping as much data from the server as they can. So they'll go through an entire area, they'll kill every single monster, they'll talk to every single NPC, and then they're dumping all that into some sort of log file or database just in an effort to preserve that data. And I think that's kind of a foul that people feel the necessity to do that. I think a developer, if they decided to pull the plug on that product, should preserve that data. But who knows? Maybe I'll be proven wrong, and maybe they'll re-release WildStar, and that's the reason why they wanted to keep that IP intact. But I don't know. I don't think NCSoft is going to re-release WildStar. I think it's pretty much gone forever. And there are a few other examples of that. I think EQ Online Adventures was another one. Yeah, who is this monk, Rashaz? He's just wrecking this place. Hopefully he moves on soon. Maybe I tell him, like, hey, if I find a forest loop, I'll give it to you. Can you go somewhere else? It's not gonna do me a whole lot of good, really. I'm a little bit surprised I haven't found a forest loop yet. I've done a lot of levels in this place. It's actually, it's still not a bad spot to get experience. I think I get about 20% an hour, so as long as I stay on pace, by the end of the stream, I anticipate that I'll be 34. Get him, pet. He's hitting me. There we go. Yeah, hopefully everybody's having a good Friday night. I have a little bit of a busy weekend planned myself, getting ready for Thanksgiving. I've got some shopping I need to do. I've got some, like, cleaning I need to do. Some schoolwork that I need to do. I've got 2 weeks left till I'm done with my final class and my master's. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I'm debating on, when I'm done with that, do I go for a doctor's or do I try some other area of study? I've gotten really, really interested lately in physics. Who is this? Tony Hawk's. Yeah, this place was so chill until I turned the stream on. I think because I was grinding for a little bit off stream, and as soon as I turned the stream on, all these guys showed up. And now they've got the giant fort looking like a war zone. I'll say it once, I'll say it again, you're gonna hear it. Yeah, this is one of the spawns that I'm like pretty reliably pull, and this guy just snagged it. I'm trying not to get frustrated, but that's a little bit frustrating because that was the next spawn in my cycle, and now that spawn is gone. And then you have this monk over here just killing like everything else. There is, my voice just cracked. There is a place in the Field of Bone that I could check out. Because I've gotten pretty much all my level 34 spell words here, so I don't have to stay here. There is a spot in the Field of Bone I could go to that has some enemies that I think are appropriately leveled. Empire's End. There's a small giant camp, perfect for caster solo. Just a little north. That is great info. And that's first time in the stream I see. That's awesome. Thank you. Or at least first time. Oh, you're Tyrax. I've seen you. How's your EQ journey going? I think you were in your 30s when I was a lowbie teen, and now I'm in my 30s. So I imagine you're probably. Let me see. Can I? Who Tyrax? You're not on. 51. Wow. Were you in your 30s about 2 months ago? I feel like if you go back through all of my old streams and you were to watch, and I'm not recommending to do that, I've seen you run by me several times out here. Maybe not here in Warslicks, but I think in Field of Bone I saw you quite a bit. I think I saw you in Kearns one time. Character is about 36 days old. That is impressive. I take it it's not your first time through EQ. 36 days, 51 levels. That's more than one level a day. I have accomplished a decent amount of leveling in a short time on my enchanter, but enchanters are a little bit of a special case. They're like so absolute solo monsters for starters. And so I was soloing camps that I really, like any other character, would not be able to do. And they're in high Zem zone experience modifier zones like permafrost. So I think I got like 3 or 4 levels in a day in my 20s. But not every character can do that. Let's see. I want to get by this guy without pulling this greenwood. Do you think he'll come after me if I just scooch onto this bridge? Oh, my pet doesn't like bridges. Iksar Monk was my main back in the... Oh, sorry. First time on P1999, but I played EQ on live in this era. Me too. And Iksar Monk was my main as well. I was in a guild called Reptilian Empire on the Rel Surrealist server. Okay, let's flip it over to the wiki real quick and let's find this spot that Empire Zen is talking about. So we're in Warslick's Woods. Oh, you said north and I'm heading south. Okay, so we're looking for this guy right here, 8 Giant Hut. So that's where we need to go. I got my directions mixed up as I left the giant fort. It looks like if I just kind of follow the... Well, I don't know if I want to follow the road. Whoops. Fell off a cliff. It never fails when you need to go somewhere new. It's always dark. These are the guys we want to watch out for. There's a goblin spirit caller around here somewhere. Not that I'm really worried about them, but they cast, so they're kind of a pain. Caster mobs are always a pain. And then the forest doesn't make it easy to navigate because the trees kind of diminish your situational awareness. Like you can see there, like I can't see what I'm walking into basically. And I'm hearing like there's some weird audio. I think it's the maybe there's some goblins nearby. Had a rough time trying to sneak through here at the early levels. That's right. I think I did give you my stream info way back when. I was out probably in Field of Bone just on the struggle bus trying to fear kite around level 14 or 15 if I remember right. What is this in front of me? A goblin warrior. Not a threat, but I'm just going to go around him. We should probably check... Whoa. Ouch. That hurt. I was about to say we should check our location. It's dark, and there are a lot of trees, and so now I'm down in a pit. And I'm at 1305,232. And if I remember right, the Y location is the first one. So I needed to be to the west. I was actually pretty close. I was really close. All I had to do was head west. We'll kill off the Allure of Death spell so it doesn't keep sapping my health regen. I'm gonna go ahead and let people know on my Discord that I am live. That's right, I did do some leveling in Lake of El-Omen. I think I saw you at the Sarnak fort once as well. Well, now we need to figure out how to get out of here. I'm not 100%. Yeah, I can't climb these walls, so I don't know if there's anything dangerous down here. I'm kind of low on health, so really what I'm looking for is something low level I can life tap. Yeah, I leveled at the Sarnak fort. Oh, if I go south, will going south get me out of here? Good old EQ. And they couldn't have the water right up to the edge. That would make it too easy. They had to make it so if you fall, you're gonna get just messed up. I can confidently say that I've never been to this part of the game. There's like a bridge over there. Okay, it looks like we can get up and out, so that's good. South was a good recommendation. There's the goblin. Goblin Battlemaster. It's really dark on my screen. Oh yeah, that must be like a static spawn. Let's drain the life energy from this guy. Oh yes, tasty. Clearly you are not the master of battle. We just need to watch out for that so we don't fall back in there. And I think we just kind of head west from here. Well, there's a giant, but it's a greenwood. I should have asked, is this caster camp that's perfect for, or this camp that's perfect for casters, is it greenwoods or evergreens? Because evergreens are ideal. Yeah, here's another one. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of greenwoods here. And I think I'm close. It's a little bit north from here. A little bit north and west from what I'm seeing on the map. Might have to kill the lobies for a better spawn. And then the other thing is I'm seeing some pathing mobs. Oh yeah, there's the hut. Okay. It's a sapling. There's a greenwood. Do a lot of mobs path through here? Because that is one thing I like about where I was at. Is it was like really safe. Well, we'll try just pulling this sapling and we'll see if the greenwood comes as well. Nope, okay. We can buff up our pet here just so he beats this sapling up nice and quick. Kind of looking out for pathers. Yeah, we can check this out for a little bit. What the heck? We're at about 50% towards 34. So level 51 on your monk. You said you got some lucky buys. So I'm curious what were your lucky finds in the tunnels? How did you get some good stuff early? I think my pet can probably just very easily solo this stuff. A Peacebringer. I'll need to look at that. I don't know. I'll never claim to be an expert in this game. There's so much that I don't know despite having played it as long as I have. Yeah, look at Vassacre here putting in some work. It's a 2830 monk two-hander. And it drops an old Seb off a level 60 Froglock. Well, that's nice. And you said you got it for 1400. And if you look here, the wiki has it going for 3000. So you got it for like half the price. That's pretty nice. That'll get you up some levels. And 1400 plat is, in the grand scheme of things, not a whole lot. Did a few killer deals like that. Nice. I haven't done a whole lot in the tunnels. I suppose if I had stuck with my enchanter a little bit longer, he's level 48. I probably was getting to the level where I could start really farming some good items to sell. But I quit him when I deployed in 2021 and then never really picked him back up. And then when I finally came back to EQ this year after a couple-year break, I decided to just start fresh on a new Necromancer. Yeah, and I think this guy, he's just kind of a lobby. I could go try to check out the Brute Cave as well. Seeing this brute got me thinking that. Uh-oh. Ooh, he's putting in some damage on me. We need to get him feared. Hadn't played since the old days, so what is it like coming back? Let's see, he should have him almost down. Maybe not. We're gonna have to kind of be careful here. We need to get another fear off on him. Oh, he interrupted me. I got kind of lucky there. He only hit me for 2. Pretty interesting. Very nostalgic. Yeah, I remember the first time I got back on this server. It was 2009. I bought the like $100 box set for EQ that had like a ton of expansions, but it still didn't get you all the way up to the most current expansion. And I tried playing EQ retail. Uh-oh. it still didn't get you up to like the most current expansion. And I played retail for like a week, and I was like, this is just not fun. And then somehow through Googling or just being frustrated, I think I just Googled like EQ sucks now or something, and somebody had made a forum post somewhere talking about Project 1999. Actually, no, they were talking about uh, PEQ, which is another server. If you were to open up the EQ Emu list of servers, it was kind of their flagship server. And then as I was scrolling through so I downloaded EQ Emu, and as I was scrolling through the list of servers, I saw a server called Project 1999 Beta. And that got me curious. I was like, are they making the game like how it used to be? And I Googled it and I found that yes, they were. And this was before they'd even released Project 1999 Blue. So this was like late 2009. And got on there and been on here pretty much ever since. And it's been a good experience. I've always kind of really liked this. Really hits me that Dark Souls and Miyazaki's other stuff was heavily influenced by EQ. I didn't know that actually. I've played a lot of Dark Souls. I've played a lot of Bloodborne. Probably more Bloodborne than Dark Souls. But Dark Souls 1 is top 5 favorite games ever made. Phenomenal game. I've always made the joke that okay, so it looks like the sapling is a static spawn here. I've always made the joke that Dark Souls was a ripoff of Zelda 2. They both are like really hard, really inaccessible. They both have like animation-based swordplay combat. I came up with a list of like 5 different reasons why Zelda 2 and Dark Souls are the same game. I should make a video for it. I should put it on my YouTube. There's a lot of common DNA thrown in with no instructions, harsher death penalties. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you lose all your souls. You know, they're on the ground. You got to get back to it. Kind of like a corpse run. I like that. Let's see. Are there any more giants around? I'll stay here for maybe one more spawn cycle, and if it keeps popping... Oh, there's an evergreen. Okay. Let's see. Can we get a dot off? Okay, we're just going to have to fear. Hopefully it doesn't beat me up too bad before I get a fear. There we go. And the other thing is, hopefully during the fear kite, they don't run into pathers. Good recommendation. I like it. This is part of the reason why I'm doing the Kunark-only run as well, so I can learn more about these little spots, these lesser-known areas to level in Kunark. I wanted to do something different after playing through this game, at least up to like level 40 a handful of times. That is not a forest loop. I was the guy who knew all these spots back in the day. I like exploring. Yeah, a lot of people, you can really get stuck in your ways on this game and just kind of go to the same spots over and over. I'm definitely guilty of that. A lot of people kind of, you learn what works because the game is pretty unforgiving, like you said. So once you find what works, you tend to stick with it. I know I did the giant fort on EQ retail back in the day several times. Yeah, Miss More, Unrest. Everybody's got like their kind of leveling path. TLPs are the worst. People hit level 4 or 5 and then they just go straight to Guck and then they don't leave Guck until Kunark releases. Like I did Probably 20 to 50 in Guck. I did like 1 to 10 regular newbie zone, whatever, and then 10 to 20 in Unrest, and then 20 to 50 in Guck on the last TLP I did. We have a oh, there's a forest giant there. Get him, pet. It was kind of fun though to like go to Guck and not leave Guck because I learned by the time I was done with that, I could get from Upper Guck all the way to the bottom of Lower Guck. To like all the camps, anywhere all the camps were. I knew how to get around. Like I knew Guck like the back of my hand. I probably couldn't do it right now, but in fact, I know I can't do it right now. I died in Guck on my druid trying to get out of there, even though he was. We have a goblin spirit caller somewhere. Where is he? I don't want to tangle with him. Yeah, I was got in a bad situation in Upper Guck and was like, okay, it's time to run. And running in Guck is those two things don't go together. It's like you just die faster doing that. It's better to just find a suitable place to die. That's definitely a tactic you learn in EQ is like, okay, I'm going to die. Where is the best place to die? We need a GPS and a Sherpa, yeah. I even had my NParse map up. Don't tell the Project 1999 devs. I don't know if they care if you use NParse or not. Hopefully not. So it looks like this pygmy skulking brood is a static spawn as well. Yeah, I don't think they care about using NParse. As long as you're not using like MQ2 or anything that will try to defeat their multi-boxing. And it's so funny, like if you go on Rants and Flames and you read posts about people who got busted for multi-boxing and like how they try to justify it, like I had my 5-year-old son playing my level 49 enchanter. I'm like, yeah, right, dude. You didn't have your 5-year-old son trying to play this game. He couldn't follow the instructions. It's like, oh man. And it's funny how they do it. When they find somebody who they suspect of multi-boxing, they'll start telling like they'll give them very explicit instructions like this person needs to do this while this person is doing this, and it's a test that's built in such a way that no human being could control both characters at the same time. And I think it's even built in such a way that you can't like yell at your wife or your girlfriend or your mom or your dad to be like, Mom, come over here and do this so I don't get busted. It's a little bit slow. This isn't bad, but I'm capping out on mana. Let's go check B3. Oh, wait. What do we got here? Yeah, it does just read the logs. It seems a little bit counterintuitive because they disabled the map. Like if you hit M, I don't think my M is mapped to the map anymore, but if you hit M, it'll say like the map has been disabled. So the fact that you have a map is kind of defeating the rule set of the server in a way. But yeah, I don't think they care. Ooh, we got some words of haunting. That's good. Yeah, I remember EQ before the map, and then I remember when they added the map. Because before that, you used EQAtlas.com, but the thing was, nobody had second screens back then, or very few people had two monitors. And so you had to like print all those maps out and keep them in a book next to your computer. And hats off to that dude who drew all those maps, because I found out later he did that, all the mapping of EQ that person did with a level 19 druid. So he traveled the whole world and drew all these maps just like running around in Viz on a level 19 druid, which is just crazy. Like that guy mapped the entire EQ. It's maps that we still use, not, well, it was the entire EQ at the time. He made maps that we still use to this day. I'm literally looking at one right now. And very detailed maps too. And he did it all on a level 19 druid, and he never like got higher than that level. Like once he mapped the game, he actually like quit playing, which is crazy to me. He literally did like a community service and then didn't even do it really for, maybe he sold, I think he did make a book that he sold, so maybe he made a little bit of money off of it. Hopefully he did, because that was probably a huge time commitment. You still have so many old printouts in this folder on your shelf. That's awesome. Like you still have it right next to you. Dang, this brute is whomping on my pet. I just thought it was nuts that he did it all on such a low-level character. I don't know how he did it, because there's C and Viz enemies all over the game. It's not like you can just invis and it's a cheat code for never getting attacked. It can seem like it in some zones. There's very few C and Viz enemies, but in others, like, not only are you going to get attacked, you're going to get attacked in like the very worst possible spot. I wonder how many times he died doing that project. Ooh, there's an evergreen. We're actually getting decent experience just out here screwing around. You get good at juking aggro, you can get around without invis. I bet as a monk, you're probably pretty good at that. Oh, I don't need to fear him. That's what actually where I'm headed is the Dalnir entrance. I'm expecting it to be camped. And I'm kind of killing stuff on the way just to get some XP. And then another spot that I might try is in Field of Bone. There's a underwater like spot. You have to swim to get to it. And I've never been there, so I may do that. Yeah, the Servants of Sithrax. So we'll go check. We'll go check down their entrance. And if that's no good, then we may check that out next. I've been doing that giant fort pretty much exclusively for like 5 or 6 levels, so actually probably 4 levels. Ever since I hit 29 and I got the new dots. And yeah, you do make good money in the giant fort. You make good money in Sarnak fort as well, but oh my goodness. I I was in the Sarnak fort for an hour and I only got 5% of a level. Like, it was miserably slow experience, and I was like, I can't keep doing this. Let's see, we've got... I might be at the edge of the zone. I might have missed it. Yep, I am at the edge of the zone. I did miss it. It's not far from here, though. Yeah, the vendor loot is great. I've gotten 2 or 3 of the Giant Lord tunics, and those vendor for like 60 plat. What else have I gotten? The Giant Grub Digger, I got that once. So, yeah, I've made a few hundred plat. Yeah, it is easy to miss. I'm probably missing it again. The trees really don't help. It's not that far up. Okay. Part of the issue is my NParse map thinks I'm in Cabalist, so I can't tell it like where I'm at. Just gotta look up from the shore. There it is. Thank you for the tip. That helped a lot, actually. I'm not expecting this to be open though. This camp is very rarely open because this is the money camp. You can make probably 200 plat an hour here. Yeah, it's already, I can already see it's camped. Just like 2 people out here. And then yeah, the second set is over here, but it's only 2 brutes, not 3. But what you can do sometimes is you can camp at this one and ask the people who are at the other one if they'll whisper you. But this one is also camped. But rather than let it tilt me, so this is where I always say I wish I was on blue, because I guarantee you both of these camps are open on blue, as well as every other camp out there. Blue is a freaking ghost town. We will just go check out the Servant of Sithrax. Might as well try something different rather than keep doing the giant fort. And I'm all ears if anybody has any other suggestions. Giant fort is good because it's like easy and it's safe. And it's really reliable whenever there's not too many people there. When there's too many people, it's kind of, it's a free-for-all. You can't really claim the fort is camped, so you can't tell other people to go away. It's not like a, it's not a place that you can say, this is camped, you need to move on. It's kind of a everybody for themselves. Let's play some super ladder quest. Oh! Bro moves there. I don't know if I've ever hit that jump perfectly. Speedrun strats. I wonder what the EQ 1 to 60 speedrun record is. It's probably not out there. I'm being facetious. The other day I ran around the entirety of Cabos and I actually got a bunch of good words. The thing that gets me is when you're in a spot and it's super chill and you're getting great experience and things are moving along good, and then people start showing up and they like crowd you out. That's never fun. For a solo challenge person, that's like the worst. So we'll vendor off all our stuff. My voice is cracked twice tonight. Jade earring was worth 4. That's nice. While we're here, Clock Sweetsy sells water. Go ahead and buy us a fresh stack. And so I was going to ask, on Tyrax, have you started raiding yet at 51, or are you just kind of enjoying those endgame dungeons? I need to take a night and just go through all these words and craft as many spells as I can. Because those spells, if you vendor them, are actually worth a decent amount of money. And even though I'm a solo player, I actually need that money for mainly for research. The spells are actually not what I'm super worried about for money, it's the research. Training research at this point, I think I'm level 80 or 90, is 5 plat a point. And I've got to get up to, I think 180 is the highest level. So I was actually going to Google that and determine how much money is it from start to finish. Because every point that you train, it gets more expensive. I'm going to Google that right now. Doesn't look like anybody has anything. I haven't been in Field of Bone for a long time. Stream is looking good. It's staying healthy. Sometimes there, I swear it's either Twitch or my ISP. I will start the stream up and then 5 minutes in it will like tank for 30 seconds, then it will just come right back. Check the wiki page. Yeah, that's a good idea. There's 2 Necromancers here. So I'm doing a camp check of the zone just to see if anybody calls out Sithrax. Dang, this was me right here. With the 2 walking stick weapons. Like, I'm getting super nostalgia just looking at this. I don't know if he's AFK or what, or if he's training his defense. And I need to pull up the map as well. Actually, I have my NParse map now. Because we need to go all the way up to the northern part of the zone. And I'm kind of wishing I had researched that Enduring Breath spell, but I don't think it's going to be an issue because Iksars have such a high swimming skill to begin with. The zone, their area is not underwater. It's not like Kedge Keep. Like, you can actually breathe. When you get in there, you just have to get there. Kedge Keep is an interesting one. Have you ever done Kedge Keep Empires in? I've always wanted to do it on my enchanter, but it kind of scares me. Even though I would have underwater breathing. Did Kedge back in live? Yeah, it's crazy. Like, how ambitious was that? I mean, this game was pretty janky when it came out. Like, that they made that zone was really ambitious. I'd be willing to bet if you looked into Sojourn or Toral Mud or any of those multi-user dungeon text-based games that influenced EverQuest, I'd be willing to bet there was an underwater zone, and that's where they got the idea from. The big thing is just that they did it all in 3D. We need to actually get down, so I'm gonna go over here because I don't want to jump off the cliff. This area always reminded me of, or the area in World of Warcraft that reminds me of this area, because this came first, was the islands near the troll starting area. The 3D thing was big and new, yep. Yeah, because if you think about it, before EQ, the only 3D, and they call it 3D, MMO was Meridian 59. And it was really still more of a graphical mud. I consider EQ still like right there on the cusp between a graphical mud and a true MMO. But Meridian 59 was a 3D environment, but all of the player models and they were still sprites. It was still like 2D artwork, but a 3D environment, if that makes sense. Meridian 59 is a really interesting game to check out, even if you just have like an hour or two to see like that was like true MMO history. This is too, but Meridian was like the predecessor to this. Very different. Yeah, EQ is the first true 3D. Meridian was not true 3D. Ah, I see how it works. It goes back in and underneath. Alright, we gotta be careful here. I've never been here. UO had a lot of influence, yeah. Unfortunately, I missed UO. I never played it in its, like, true glory days. And I wish I had. Hopefully I have a spot up here when I get up here that I can summon a pet. I didn't even think about that. So hopefully I don't walk right up on an enemy the moment I poke my head up here. Okay, looks good. The game designers were not complete buttheads when they made this area. They've made some pretty unforgiving areas. Played little UO before you played EQ. UO was so the gameplay was so emergent from what I understand. Like it was a world that kind of let the players do what they wanted to do. And so what you had was this like really the players made their own fun. It wasn't like World of Warcraft where it's like, yep, you get to level 60, you do dungeons, then you do raids, here's your path, go. UO was like, you want to be a bard? Go be a bard. Like you want to go to the tavern and sing for gold? Like you can do that. You want to be a murderer or a robber? You can do that. You can go post up on a highway somewhere and rob people as they come by. And then other people, if you want to be like a constable or a policeman, other people would go and try to track you down and kill you. And I really hope that one day we can get another game. Oh, hello, servant of Sithrax. I guess we're going now. Let's get some dots on him. Sorry, I'm kind of struggling to speak because I'm thinking about what I need to do to not die here. And if I have to, I'll fear, because we have a lot of room to work with here. Oh, they're not aggro, and here I am like, we gotta go now. Because, yeah, my pet's getting kind of beat up. We can like, drain tank him. Oh, yeah, I love this mechanic. You can just stand next to an enemy. Ooh, he's got some sort of on-hit deal here. We're just going to give a good old spirit tap here, and that should pretty much finish. And oh no, he's still at 20. We're kind of dancing in and out of here. I don't want to let Labobab here go, so we're going to have to get back in there. There we go. He almost died, but we made it. We did it. Okay, so this is a perfect time for me to go grab a bottle of water, so I will be right back, probably 30 seconds. Okay, I'm back. And I remembered to mute my mic this time. Sometimes I forget to mute my mic, and when I lift my headset, it makes a lot of noise. I'm actually going to buy a nice directional mic and a boom stand, and I'll have that set up, but it's Christmas coming up, and my kids need presents. So Dad has got to wait. I can't be buying stuff for myself right now. I've got to save my money. Christmas is expensive. Priorities, exactly. This is my hobby. It's not my life. And man, I had a hard time earlier. Super Mario RPG, the Switch version came out I think today, and I saw, I think it popped up on my YouTube. It popped up somewhere and I was like, "Oh, that's out." I thought it was coming out around Halloween, and it came out today, and it was so hard for me not to buy that. Uh, I was really like, I really want to get that game because I loved Super Mario RPG when I was a kid, and I really, really want to play the new version. But that's another one that will have to wait. I think I'll get a mic before. I would rather have a microphone than that. I've got other games, on my Switch. Love the Paper Mario. I need to play Paper Mario. That's another one that I haven't. I've played it maybe for, I don't know, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. Thousand Year Door. Yeah, I think isn't that the best one? That's the one everybody likes. Yeah, RPG puzzle. Does it have a little bit of platforming in it? I know Super Mario RPG has a little bit of platforming. Yeah, it's Mario, exactly. You can't have Mario without platforming. Yeah, I guess the new version they added on Super Mario RPG, they added some things, so it's not a remake one to one. They kind of did some additional stuff, which piqued my interest. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, they are. They're dubious. Did I get a faction hit? No, I didn't. So they're dubious, but then the question also is, do they social? Oh, they do social. We need to. Oh no. Labobab, no. Yep, they social, so we need to. Looks like I can't. I can't open my spell book right now, so I need to wait. And he still has a dot on him. So I definitely don't want to stand up right now, because if I stand up, the moment that dot ticks, all three of these are just going to come after me. But we should have a lull. I forget the name of the lull. It is called Rest the Dead. Hopefully I bought it. If I didn't buy it, this is going to be an exercise in futility. So I have 15 seconds left on the dot, and then I can stand up. This is part of learning a new camp, though. Whenever you go somewhere new, you have to learn kind of how the camp works. You learn how to pull it. You learn the spawn locations and all that. But first order of business, obviously, get another pet. Yeah, it's part of the fun of EQ. It's one of those things, I call it it's sort of horizontal progression. You get a lot of it more in EQ than you do other newer MMOs. World of Warcraft, you're never in one place. Ooh, we got lucky. We got a max level pet on our first go here. You're never in one place really on World of Warcraft to truly have to learn this. I do have learn the spawns and all that. You kind of learn it as you're fighting there, but it's not to the level that you do EQ. You learn the raids, pretty good, but nothing like you do here. Because on EQ, you might find a camp and park in that camp for hours. So luckily, I do have Rest the Dead, and luckily Feign Death was on my bar. I always keep it on my bar, and it saves my bacon. One of my favorite stories to tell on stream, and I apologize for my viewers if you've heard me tell it before, was I did the Goblin Preacher camp in Permafrost on my Enchanter, and breaking that camp is really tough. But once you get it broken, you're fine as long as you can keep it broken. And so it was a very much like I was micromanaging my buffs, my mana, everything. Ooh, hey. My pet's health, my health, and essentially, okay, so I'm wondering how should I do this knowing that this guy is respawning? Because he's a pather. Anyway, by the time I would finish at that camp, I would break it and I would want to keep it broken for as long as I could because the experience was good. And by the time I finished, man, I was like physically tired. Oh, shoot. Oh, these are. Ah. Oh. Ah. My poor pet. We gotta run back here. That's two pets down. And we got a feign. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Pull to the hall, and I'm just gonna have to deal with a pather. I wasn't expecting there to be aggro enemies. Yeah, we'll pull to down here. I was looking for a better spot to pull to. That maybe I didn't have to deal with a pather. Because it's kind of a bad practice to just be in the path. Like just as ops normal, as we say in the military, to just be in this spot where you're going to have to deal with this pather. We'll get it figured out. The nice thing is there's nobody here. I don't have to I don't have to deal with anybody. Okay, so put this on our bar. We're not gonna fear, so I guess because we're not gonna fear, what could we could put Rest the Dead on there. Yeah, we'll get it figured out. And I don't have to worry about, I mean, somebody might show up, but I feel like there's enough holes here that I'm only gonna have probably three that I'll be pulling. So if somebody else shows up, they can go somewhere else, like further down in. It's funny too, the ecosystem of dungeons. Like we were talking about Guck, and if you have multiple groups in a dungeon, they can kind of work with each other to pull different mobs that would like ordinarily be pathing in the area or whatever. And it was funny how like when one group would leave, the other group was like now in jeopardy because they couldn't hold down their camp. And the way that this game works, the slow pace, like they may not even realize they're in trouble for like 20 minutes. But like as their healer is not able to keep up the mana regen to keep up sustain the pace of the pulls, like they're getting lower and lower, but the regen is kind of keeping them up and keeping them up. But eventually, like 20-30 minutes later, they're in a really bad spot. And it's all because this group in another part of the dungeon left, and now they're having to deal with additional spawns. And I can confidently say that is not something you ever see in any other MMO. Like that is EQ only, kind of weird effect of the way that this game works. I really do love this game. There's so much like there's so much that it does that no other game does, and to replicate the experience is like hopefully Monsters and Memories can do it, but I don't know if anything is going to be able to do it like EQ. So we'll curse this guy up, and then we'll see if our pet holds aggro. Looks like he does. And as long as we keep heals on the pet, let's see, should be fine. The thing we'll have to watch out for is, I think the respawn timer is 6 minutes 40 seconds in this zone. Oh shoot. I don't know if we're gonna be able to keep heals on the pet. He's like, these things put out a lot of damage. This may be like a pull and nuke type thing. What's up, Skyless Raven? Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, they are. They're a lot tougher. So I'm wondering if nuking is not the strategy here. And if that's the case, I'll take let's try that. I'm gonna put Shock of Poison on here. That's a pretty hefty nuke. I'm always for at least a portion of stream. I think we're getting a little bit better. Well, we're getting about a half a blue a kill, so it's kind of dependent on the rate of pulling and killing to see if this is any better than Giants. The thing I like about Giants is it's extremely predictable. From a mob standpoint, it's not predictable from a player standpoint when people show up and start ganking your pulls and you're like, okay, I guess I'll sit here and wait now for something to wander by. This is Field of Bone, so it's this is Cabalus, the city, the main city that you always see me in. This is Kern's Tower. That's that tower that I was going in when I was lower. And then this is actually, you swim underwater. And then you kind of swim back this way. And so I'm somewhere like up underneath the hillside here. And these are Servants of Sithrax. I think they're level 28 to 30 or somewhere therein. And it's a really uncommon, kind of lesser known place. But I was out at the giant fort and I kept getting like pushed out of my spawns. And the brute camp was naturally camped. It's always camped. So I wanted to try something different. And Dak Dog, one of my other viewers, he told me this is a bad camp. And I don't necessarily disagree with him. These mobs hit a lot harder than I think they should. They're what people in EverQuest call undercons. Because whenever you click on something and you push the C button, it's the consider command. And if you consider something and it's like a blue, let's see, can I snag this guy? Do I want to rest the dead on that guy? Let's try that. Can rest the dead fail? Oh, it can. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and agree. If I die here, I'm definitely gonna agree. Well, I think I've seen enough to say this probably isn't gonna be an effective place to level. I think I'm on my third or fourth pet. These are tough levels in Kunark. If you want to group, they're okay, but if you want to like solo, these are pretty rough. I love how I get a resist on my very first lull. I think I can get up. I don't think they're gonna fight me. I'm gonna wait, yeah, just because they're leaving anyway. The wall texture is pretty bad. Well, that was fun. Not fun. Well, I'm all ears if anyone has any other ideas on where to level from 33 to 34. But we'll just head back to Giant Fort and maybe just suffer through having to fight with other people for spawns. Sarnak Fort was a no. Brutes are camped. Servants of Sithrax are just not ideal for leveling. Maybe good for a group. That's definitely a group area. Level in the woods, yeah, that's where I'm at now. Good recommendation. The issue was that I was running into a lot of other people killing things. Like there was a monk that was just probably twinked to the gills and was just wrecking the giant fort and leaving nothing. And that's okay. I mean, that's part of the game. Let's see if we can get kind of maybe we can get kind of lucky. I feel like some experience is better than no experience, and back there it was kind of looking like no experience was the way it was going, so maybe that's a good sign. There's already a giant here. I've noticed sometimes with Giant Fort too, uh, people kind of like they pop in here, they kill a bunch of stuff, and then they just kind of leave. Like they get tired of it quickly. This is actually a rarity that I've had to invis myself to get into this fort. Oh, then he moves. My druid got smashed by Kazel. Kazel is nasty. There's an EQ GeoGuessr game. That's cool. I'd probably be decently good at that if it was just classic zones and Kunark. I'm really considering breaking my rule set when I hit 50 to go to Velius because I've never done Velius. It's a bad smash. Kazel's a high level giant that a typical EQ, a high level enemy pathing around a low level zone. Yeah, I've only really gone to Velius on my druid to like record YouTube footage and to do a little quad kiting. And I've done Great Divide a little bit, but that's pretty much it. That's really not much of the zone or the game. Yeah, you can go. I could go out there now, and I would have a great time because the snow dervishes are level 30, I think. Don't break the rule set because if you got to 50, might as well finish it out. I've considered that too. Like, why commit to something and then don't finish it? The other thing to consider though is that EQ, the amount of experience that you need to get from 1 to 50, apparently, and if I'm wrong, somebody correct me, I've heard that it's similar to the amount of experience to get from 50 to 60. So you imagine all this time that I've spent getting from 1 to 34 so far, or 33, not even 34. By the time you hit 50, you're only actually halfway there. Oh, the mobs also give more experience. Even in Kunark, or is that only in Velius? I think it is in Kunark too, because people go to Chardok, or they used to. Chardok was like the premier zone to get to like 60, and yeah, you can kind of see there's 9 people in Chardok. And when blue and green were in their heyday, Chardok was always full, and people were just like blasting through the levels. And obviously, it's not that way now. There's only 9 people there, but I think there's a lot. Green is also really top heavy now too. If you 60 all, you can see, it's just, and it's crazy to me because in 2001 when I got this game as a youngster, I was going and looking like who all is level 60 on the server, and a who all level 60 would only return like 6 people. Like if you were a level 60 back then, it was like a big freaking deal. Uh Nobody was really going that far compared to now. Everybody goes to level 60. Oh, KC. You were level 60 on Nathaniel Marr. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Nathaniel Marr considered like the rich people server? Afterlife was on my server. Was that like the guild? Oh, I don't have fear on my bar. I took it off for Rest of the Dead. We'll just do this. It's all about being able to improvise. The premier raid guild, the world firsters. Yeah, I actually don't know a whole lot about what raiding in actual original EQ is like, as far as who did what world first, what guilds were good. EQ rating looks a bit silly. I wholeheartedly agree. It's and my viewers may boo me for saying this, but I've rated on EQ, Agnar, TLP. That's the only rating I've done on EQ, I will say that. And I've rated on World of Warcraft Classic and TBC and Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm. I think World of Warcraft did rating so much better. Like EQ raids are so like, I don't want to say hectic. It's not the right word. They're just very Zerg. It's just a huge Zerg that goes in and just Zergs down the enemies. And it's not like, in World of Warcraft where like you had these mechanics. There was some mechanics, don't get me wrong, before anybody jumps in and goes like, well, actually, there were mechanics, but it was nothing like, World of Warcraft. They definitely took the formula and like way expanded on it. Yeah, it is. It's very basic. Yep, WoW was built exactly that, and that's the whole thing. Is like you can't really fault EQ for it because it's like WoW was made from. Oh, I have shock of poison on my bar. That's why. Yeah. WoW just took what EQ did and kind of built on it. EQ walked so WoW could run. Yeah, exactly. And they did. They did hire. Oh, he resisted my fear. We need to feign just so we don't get beat up too bad. They did hire. I mean, Alex Afraziabi, and he's obviously a divisive figure now that people know more about him, but he literally got a job at Blizzard because he was a raider in EQ, and he ended his career at Blizzard before his demise due to being a pervert, essentially. Um, was like one of the top people at Blizzard, and the dude's only credentials was that he was a raider with Jeff Kaplan at EQ. Like, so they hired him as like a NPC designer or something. And if you've ever played original World of Warcraft, when you go to leave the very first human starting area, the Northshire Abbey, as you're walking out, there's a guy that gives you a quest to like go down to the next town and hand it in, and you get like 5 biscuits or 5, waters or milks or whatever. Um, the name of that quest giver is very disproportionate to like what he asks you to do. Yeah, 5 pumpkins exactly. Yeah, and his name is Falcon Eisenstrider, and um, Alex Afraziabi actually did an interview where he said that like that was the first NPC he ever designed, and he felt like it had to be super cool or else he was gonna lose his job, and that's why this like random quest giver in Northshire Abbey in the level 1 newbie zone has this name as if he's like giving you a quest to kill a freaking dragon. Encounter designer, he may have moved. I'm sure he did all kinds of stuff by the end, but I guess his first job was like NPC and story text and all that, but not actually writing the story. That was Chris Metzen, if I remember right. That whole deal is so crazy. Like Blizzard really just like flew by the seat of their pants. When they made Warcraft Orcs and Humans, the very first game in the Warcraft series, a lot of the story, a lot of the lore for that game was actually ad-libbed by Bill Roper, their voice actor. Whenever he was doing the pre-mission, if you ever played Warcraft, the actual RTS games, there's always this like pre-mission sequence where they explain why you're doing the mission, and he would just like make some stuff up on the fly, like because there really wasn't like a big script for him to follow. So it's really funny that World of Warcraft has this lore that's built on like literally a voice actor just making it up as he goes. Like that's the foundation for their lore. That's why if you remember in, let's see, we're gonna try to pull this guy. Wait, we're gonna wait because he's gonna move pretty quick. If you remember, or if anybody's played Warcraft Orcs and Humans, there was a kingdom of Azeroth. Before they named the whole world Azeroth, they just named it the Kingdom of Azeroth. And they had to retcon that later. And there's been a lot of retcons in WoW history. Like the Draenei in the Swamp of Sorrows. You own the Warcraft? Do you own all of them, even Orcs and Humans? And, oh shoot, I still haven't put... Nice. That's awesome. I had that game way back in the day. I even played it with a friend of mine from school over the network, like TCP/IP. Oh my gosh, I'm getting beat up. There we go. We need boil blood on my bar. There we go. Now we've fixed the bars. Your sound card works perfectly. Do you remember there was, I don't even know if you could access it in the game. There was a wave file, which was like the old sound files. That was essentially like a Warcraft rap. Like it was Bill Roper saying all these different things, and he's like, in the age of chaos. In the age of chaos. Bachelors battled for darlings. That your sound card works perfectly. When I used to play MUDs, the text-based precursors to EQ, MUDs, you were allowed to set up triggers. And what a trigger is it's essentially a scripting language where when something happens, it's like, if this happens, then character does this. Some MUDs allowed it, some MUDs didn't. And the reason why some didn't is because you could use that to basically script your character to like go through an entire area and kill everything and then just go back to the start and like rest. And all you had to do was like, I mean, you could probably even script it to continue doing it. It was very easy to like bot on MUDs. And when I say very easy, as long as you understood the scripting language, you could set it up. Anyway, to go back to the sound card thing, I was scripting on one of the MUDs that what you weren't allowed to script on, but I would still sit at my computer just in case, and I would play like Diablo 2 or something, just in case a GM found me. And I had that sound file as a trigger in case anybody whispered me, in case anybody showed up. That dude would show up in my, well, it was in my headphones because back then everybody had speakers, and he would say, "Your sound card works perfectly," and I knew to like alt tab back to the MUD and pretend that I was playing the game so I wouldn't get in trouble. And the only reason why I used that sound file is because it was like the only sound file on my computer. I don't know why I chose that one. There was like all kinds of good ones. Warcraft 2 had really good sound. Like those sound bites were like really good. Like the orc dying sound effect was really good. The knight's voice was so stoic and like well done. Or the ogres. Does anybody remember the ogres? He did it. No, he did it. And whenever you upgraded your ogres from ogres to ogre mages, they would like sound all docile and smart compared to like the regular ogres sounded all barbaric and brutish. And then whenever you made them into ogre mages, they were like, "Yes, master." Mostly remember the annoyed messages from clicking various units. You never touched the other elves. Like, I don't remember that one. I remember like, "Stop touching me." Yeah, you could click an enemy or a unit. Like, you had to click them a bunch and then they would start acting mad. Kind of a cool little Easter egg. I really like that game, but the gameplay is like really basic, so it's hard to go back and play Warcraft 2 again because once you've played one mission, you've kind of played them all. Excuse me. Warcraft 3 was better than Reforged, I think. I haven't played Reforged, but I've heard it was like terrible. Oh, I didn't know you could create custom sounds, Empire's End. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I heard that Reforged was like it tanked. I did get Warcraft 3 like the day it came out. That was one of those games. That was back in the day when you could really trust Blizzard and you could buy their game on day one and it was actually good and playable and like didn't suck. And I got Warcraft 3 the day it came out. I had to drive. I lived in South Dakota and we didn't have a software store in my town. So I had to drive to a whole different town, which was kind of far away, not like, oh, it's, 5 minutes down the road. Like it was like 20, 30-minute drive, 20, 30 to get there, 30 to get back. And I remember being super excited. Blizzard made good stuff back then. Them and Bullfrog were like the kings of CGI. Yeah. Bullfrog, the intro to Syndicate, the game Syndicate by Bullfrog was so cool. It really got you into the game, and the game wasn't even that good. I didn't really like it. But I'll be damned if those cinematics weren't good. And you know what game had freaking awesome cinematics for the day? A few years before Syndicate, so this is kind of predating all that. Wing Commander, the original Wing Commander for DOS, when you were like, you would go to your pre-mission briefing, and it was like a freaking movie. Like your dude was in the seat in a briefing room, just like we have in the Air Force. Everybody's in their little desks and they're writing things down. They're asking questions about, how they're gonna fight the Kilrathi. And then as soon as the briefing concluded, like the commander would be like dismissed, and then it would just be like this music would pick up and people were like running. I'm actually gonna show it on stream because I have some time. Uh, Commander mission start. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna bring it over to here, and I gotta fix the audio real quick so you guys can hear it. Chrome. This was like revolutionary, dude. And it got you so pumped for the freaking mission. Like, yeah, there's the crew chief getting you in your cockpit. And then you like take off. That was like crazy ahead of its time. I know it probably looks like nothing now. Somebody watches that now and they're like, oh yeah, whatever. But yeah, back then that was just nuts. To be a kid in 1992 and you're like, whoa, like I'm really flying a spaceship. And it pulled you into the story and all that. Check out the Syndicate Wars. Sure. I'll do that real quick. We're not gonna get copyright flagged for this, I don't think. Syndicate Wars intro. This one's a little bit longer. I'm gonna pause my music so I can hear it properly. Yeah, that classic Bullfrog. Those graphics are better than EQ. Shots fired. This is giving me Descent vibes. The Blade Runner Little Tokyo almost feeling the ambience has. Nice. Oh yeah, this is like This is giving me what's that game? Deus Ex vibes. Chip malfunction. Oh. Uh-oh. Sly Cooper. Oh no. So it's like he was in the Matrix, like he was seeing something different. There's the Syndicate. Oh no. Got the industrial techno, the 90s industrial techno music. Oh no. That music pumped me up so much as a kid. That's like making me super nostalgic, man. That was a pretty good one, yeah. That was giving me like Descent vibes too at the beginning. I loved Descent back in the day. That was another really good one. Oh, it's like auto playing a mission. Do we just end up we pause leveling on EQ and just watch Syndicate Wars let's plays together? That's one way to stream. Super destructible environments. I remember in Syndicate, if I remember right, actually correct me if I'm wrong. Couldn't you like gun down the civilians too? It's so funny because my dad. Actually, it'd be funny if my dad's in here. my dad, my dad and I were on the phone earlier, and he said he was gonna check out my stream if I sent him a link. My dad let me play Syndicate, but he wouldn't let me play Diablo, and I'm like, at least in Diablo we were trying to save the townspeople. We were trying to help them. In Syndicate, you could go out there and gun them down. Bullfrog was they were one of those like cutting edge software developers. Like Bullfrog was not one that just did what everybody else was doing. They went like outside of what everybody else is doing. They were like, what should software look like in 5 years? We're gonna make it look like that now. And they were really good about presentation, but gameplay is where I think that like the games themselves really they're cool artifacts now to look at, but like I don't think I would go back and replay Syndicate. Really neat idea though. You're like it's a corporation. The corporation hires mercenary. It's the whole world is run by corporations. There's no government anymore. There's only corporations, and corporations hire mercenaries to like go mess up other corporations. And you're in charge of like the little mercenary band, and it's kind of got that Warhammer vibe to it, where you get to outfit your war band or mercenary company, and then you go on these missions. You can buy different guns, different neural implants to give them different abilities. It was really neat. One of my favorite strats was to use the brainwashing gun to zap every citizen on the street into my army. So you had like bullet sponge meat shields. That's terrible. Video games really turned people into sociopaths back then. I don't think anybody ever asked like, yes, can we do it, but should we do it? Speaking of a can versus a should, has anybody been following the issues with the F1 race in Las Vegas? Apparently, a car hit a manhole cover, which is obviously a common thing on any street, and it like smashed the car up. And then they had to stop the practice runs, the trial runs, and go inspect every manhole cover in the track. That'll put a damper on your $1 million race. I don't watch races. I was interested in watching it uh, until I learned how much the tickets were. because I lived in Vegas and I was there when they announced it, and I was like, dude, this would be so cool to see. And they were like, yeah, $1,200 a seat or a whatever ticket. I was like, no way. And that was for the cheap ones. That's very much a wealthy person sport to be into, I feel like. The ground air effect could basically suck them out of the manhole. I think the way they explained it was I can see that definitely, yeah. The issue that they had was that the concrete around the manhole was like disintegrating, and so as the car went over it, it like caused it to drop a little bit. And you know those F1 cars, I don't like. I'm gonna actually Google it. The ground clearance on those is probably next to nothing. 30 to 35 millimeters. I'm gonna have to translate that to American. 35 millimeters, 2 inches, 1.3 inches maximum. Yeah, that's insane. They're like basically on the ground. That is so crazy. So yeah, they went over a manhole cover and it just smashed the car up. Figure that's something they would have looked at already. That's a pretty big miss. Whoever designed the track, they're probably getting a talking to right now. That cost them a lot of time. They were trying to do practice runs last night, and they had to stop the practice runs and go out and inspect every manhole cover, and it cost them hours. And imagine the pressure on those people, not only the people inspecting, but the people in charge. Because you have all these fans that paid how much money for this, and the event is getting behind. No thanks. So I do logistics for a living for the military. It's sort of logistics, aircraft maintenance, but it's considered part of the logistics function of the military or the Air Force. And I've thought about like all the logistics that goes into an F1 race, and it's got to be just crazy. Getting all the cars there, the people, the tracks. And I was thinking, yeah, that might be a cool job to get into, but I imagine the pressure, and this is me saying this as a military person. The pressure has got to be just crazy. Let's see. This guy's a blue. Go away. He looks like a ranger. He doesn't look like a bard. He's a ranger. Go away, ranger. I don't like you uh, because I don't want you to steal my spawns. No, it's okay. I'm not going to be hateful. I don't think it would be more a designer fault, but more of a construction fault. Well, it's a construction fault for the city-ish. Like, but the track designer, or I guess somebody, what I'm saying is there was somebody that was in charge of making sure that that track was ready, and that person missed that detail, and then it put the whole thing behind. And I'm sure they're like getting probably, hopefully not fired, but I don't know. Oh, he sewed me, and now here I am like, go away, I don't like you. Yeah, they're getting their butt chewed, getting put on notice. Dithers, if one more thing goes wrong with this track, you're done. You'll never work in this industry again. Yeah, yeah, it'd be like an inspector or and then whoever's in charge of the inspectors, you know, all that stuff like it rolls downhill, right? So like there's a person who's overall responsible for the whole thing, and then there's a person who's responsible for the track, and then that person makes sure the inspectors do their jobs, and you know, it's the same with my job. Like if a mechanic misses a step in a task and an aircraft has an incident, it's the mechanic's fault. It was the guy who signed the job off saying it was done. It's his fault. It's the shift supervisor's fault who said all the jobs on that shift were like, and then it's my fault because I'm in charge of all of them. And then it's my commander's fault because he's in charge of all of them, all of us. It just like, you know, it's all the verbiage is shit rolls downhill is the way we explain it. Everybody has a bad day. When there's like something really serious happens, like you'll end up, every single person in that chain will be in the big boss's office. And then if you really want to get into it, even the big boss, like they're still going to have to explain it too. Cuz like my boss has got a boss, and if the problem is big enough, that boss is now explaining it to like a general who's not even here. The general's off in Washington D.C. or whatever, and we're going, "Yeah, sorry boss, we missed something. Cost the taxpayers some money." We don't say it like that. We're not like, "Sorry man, it's no big deal." Like that's how you get fired. If you start doing that stuff, that's how you get fired. "Oh, it's not a big deal," like if you don't share in that responsibility, like that's an instant red flag to every boss to go, I don't know if this is the right person to be doing this. Usually when things go wrong, we try to learn from it, and it's actually kind of a skill you develop where you turn a bad news story into a good news story, and I really like doing that. Yeah, when it gets down to it, it's the president's fault, right? Exactly. Like it all it all goes down. But um I really enjoy turning those bad news stories into good news stories where like we had a um I don't know, actually I don't know if I can tell this story. We'll just say something got damaged, and it was like a young kid doing the actual like movement of this thing. I'm trying to be vague here because some of it's like not classified, but it's like privileged information or whatever. And the first instinct is like, oh, you blame the kid who was operating the equipment, right? Like this kid's 22 years old, maybe younger, probably high school education, like, and I was like, well, let's talk to him. Let's figure out, like, okay, what happened? All right, well, I was, doing this, and then I thought I knew how to operate the controls, but I actually messed the controls up, and it was only a split second, and this thing fell. And I looked at it, and I was like, yeah, like, if all it takes is for somebody to like bump something one direction instead of the other direction, and this thing is teetering on something and it falls, like that's actually bad on us. Like that's bad on me to put this kid in this situation to where he's like he can't make a split second mistake for this specific instance. And so we actually put all this information up to the powers that be, and they're actually designing like a new piece of equipment that will not allow that to happen. So when you do that, you turn the bad news to, ooh, there's a sword there. We're gonna get that sword. You turn a bad news story into a good news story, and all of a sudden everybody's happy. You fix something. This is a problem that, like, not just the Air Force had, like, the whole military had. The Navy had a bunch of issues with this same piece of equipment, and we suggested a modification, and now they're fixing it for us. They're fixing it for the Navy, everybody that uses that equipment. So, pretty cool. Just blame it on a kid I knew in high school that thought he was better than everyone and joined the Air Force. He probably got humbled in basic training, I would hope. It's pretty humbling to show up to a building in the middle of the night and start getting screamed at for the next 8 weeks. But you never know. Some people don't. Some people don't. It doesn't beat it out of them. I wonder how much that sword is worth. Leg chopper. I'm gonna wiki that. If it's not worth a lot, I'm actually gonna give it to my pet. It's a leg dash chopper. Oh, that vendor's for 45 plat. Nice. So in that case, I'm not gonna give it to him. I want to look at the stats here. It's a 1042, so it actually wouldn't be that good to give to him anyway. I don't know if that would change his I don't know if that would change his attack. Yeah, that's a money weapon. This place is so good for money. The grub digger is worth about that much too. And then that giant Lord Tunic is like 63 plat. You can make a lot of money here. I think I've probably made about 600 plat here. And it's so funny to think back when I first made this character and I was like dying on the vine for money. Like I was chasing down decaying or not decaying, but skeletons in Field of Bone for those 1 platinum. Oh yeah, decaying skeletons have them too. Those 1 platinum Targ shields. I'm like, oh, he's got a Targ shield, go! Like putting myself in dangerous situations to get a 1 platinum weapon or shield. Oh, the earrings are a 4 or 300 plat. I did not know that. I've been here for almost 5 levels and have yet to see one, unfortunately. Yeah, the forest loops. I got them on live back in the day. I think I had 2 of them on my monk that I found myself. But I have yet to find one on P1999, at least not on this character. Yeah, I've had kind of bad luck with the forest loops, to be honest. Especially considering I've done this place pretty much exclusively from 29 to 34. I think I would probably rather vendor that than wear it. It's got like Dex and Wiz, and I've heard that Dex can improve your casting speed, but I don't know if that's fact. And I don't think 3 Dex is even enough to make a big enough deal. Agility gives you a little bit more AC, but probably once again not enough to really matter. Not with just 1 or 2 of those. I need to get that earring from Groknist. Yeah, 300 plat is better. I totally agree. Especially with how much the research is probably going to cost. In fact, I was looking that up and I got sidetracked. Research. Let's see if there's anything on here that talks about how much it costs. The word cost does not appear in this article. It's all about the skill caps. Yeah, I don't see anything that would seems to indicate that anybody's calculated the true cost. Oh, yeah, that's right. General for all training. Can I look up skill training? Looks like people are really interested in what level things are trivial. I'm gonna take a quick bio here. I will be right back. I'll mute my mic, I promise, so I don't blow eardrums out. Okay, I'm back. So I'm thinking it's very likely that I'll hit a point where training research may not be viable anymore. Somebody die down there? Oh no, that's a fire. I thought I saw a monk either feigned or actually dead. So I think I can go to a point, but I'm already at 5 plat per point, and I'm only probably level 90. But the thing I'm concerned about is being solo self-found. I can't buy those spells. And the ones that are research only are always the best. And yeah, that is already pricey. Like, it's going to cost me... And it goes up every train, right? So just because I'm at 5 plat now, by the time I train to 10, or to 100, so 10 more points, it's possible it's up to like 7 plat. What are you doing? Get off me. So... Like, for example, the level 49 pet for a Necro is, I think, 180 research. That's gonna be pretty costly. I'm actually looking that up right now. What is the maximum that I need to get to? 184. Because at first, you know, when I first started this, I was like, oh, I can get there. Like, I didn't think I'd already be at 5 plat per point at level 90. I thought I'd be at like 1 or 2 plat per point at level 90. So this is like, it's already looking really daunting. So I don't know if I'm going to even have a pet that's sufficient level by that point in the game. It's going to make it's going to make the solo self-found more interesting though. Because if you think about it, a Necro really doesn't need gear. So that really is the challenge. You can make an exception just for research spells, the loophole. That is one way to do it. Yeah, that's what I was considering too. What you just said, Empire Zen, is like farm words and try to train it myself. Like hit a point where the platinum investment is just too significant. I think somebody killed that one. That stinks. Hit a point where the platinum is just too much and then try to train from there. And when I say train it myself. That's probably what it's going to turn into. On the flip side, I really don't have that much to spend my platinum on outside of other spells. So it may end up leveling out where it's like, I'll just have a character that spent like 6,000 plat on just research. Or how, I don't know how much, it could be more than that though. That, like, I looked up an article a minute ago that said it was 160,000 plat, and I'm like, what? But that was on a TLP, so I don't know if that's accurate to this. Maybe I'll calculate the cost myself, and that'll be my contribution to the wiki. Oh, that Omoplata guy is back. He's always killing everything out here. We're about to be 80% to 34. And I don't know where to go after this. Where should I get to 35? And 35 is a hell level, so I'm going to need to find another good camp. kind of want to do Hey Sora, but I don't know what level that really starts at. At some point, I feel like I'm going to get forced indoors because of the experience. Indoor zones always have better experience modifiers. Looks like K-Sora, you can do it starting in the low 30s, but to be comfortable, probably 35, 36. It's definitely getting more difficult. I can't believe we're midway through November and it feels like I just started this, but when I think about it, I started leveling Mr. Best Friend in September. And I really haven't played many other games since. So I've been doing this for 2 months. Over 2 months. Dang, they're showing back up, stream. The normies are out here making us pull Greenwoods. Hopefully we can just wait them out. Sometimes these guys show up, they kill everything, and then they just go find something else to do. Yeah, I like try not to get too salty on my stream because it's just I don't want to spread negativity, but I totally agree with you, Empire Zen. It's like Twink monks just kind of like annoy me because that's usually who's out here killing everything and like taking all the spawns. It's like, yeah, there's one there. Omoplata, there's one there. Viken is. I'm assuming they're twinked. Like, nobody's really playing this the way I am. Or not nobody, but very few people are playing through this the first time. I guess Tyrax is the other exception, but most people aren't starting the journey for the first time. So now I'm gonna have to park here and just kind of watch. Yeah, there's two of them out here. That's what's the issue. And monks, they kill so fast. That's why, like, you can see there's nothing. Because they just wreck and they don't really have a lot of downtime. If you have, when you're soloing on a monk, especially as a twink monk, you can almost just bandage yourself because they're not, like, the enemy's not going to kill you. So you can just stay permanently at the 40 or 50% health and just keep pulling with little downtime. You did a lot of that. I did that on my monk on EQ retail back in 2001 as well. Even though he definitely wasn't twinked. I remember back then, I was just happy to have a piece of gear that actually had stats on it. Like, you found a piece of gear and you're like, this has 3 decks on it. This is godly. The thing that makes them really fast is when they have fungi. Yeah, that's a crazy amount of regen. I remember I got this item. I'm going to link it. It's something that you can't find it in EQ anymore. It only came out. It's on the wiki. Ah. Dang, he gave me a good wallop. 2 hits for 54. It's in the wiki for P1999. I don't know why, because you can't get it. And the reason why I know is because it was a item that you got from the Halloween event in 2001. And the Halloween event in 2001 was they made the Karanas like They changed it. They made it look like it was had been like plagued or whatever, and it was all spooky and scary. It was like Bertoxilus had taken over the Karanas or something. And there were jack-o'-lanterns and bats and stuff out there to kill. And I got that belt on my monk, and I just thought it was like the greatest thing ever. I want to med a little bit before I pull this guy, but I don't want those monks to come grab him. I'm like watching out, but then that's breaking my med. Yeah, it was actually like it was a good belt, you know? I was proud of it. It was one of the only pieces of gear I had that had actual stats on it too, so every other piece of gear that I owned was like raw silk or cured silk. I had somebody had given me 2 Cane of the Tranquil, and one of the only things I ever saved up money and bought was the Master Wu's trance sticks. Because I was young and I didn't understand how like money worked in this game and how you could sell things to other players. Like I thought you had to wait till you had some really, really good gear. Like I thought you had to wait till you could get a fungi to like sell something. Like I didn't realize you could take that whatever you found wherever and take it to the commons and at least get like 200 plat for it. So I was pretty much like, unless I get something that's worth like 7,000 or 10,000, I'm not gonna like try to sell it. So I saved up like 1,100 plat and bought 2 Master Wu's trance sticks. And I thought I was like so cool for having those. I really hope these monks move on. They're cramping my style. Woos were pretty top back in the day. Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure they were Master Wu's trans sticks. Let me see how much those go for on. Because it had a proc, right? It was one that, yeah, it procs smite. They're only worth 100? Maybe prices were way different back then. I feel like I spent like 1,000 plat on those. But according to this, they only go for 100 on green. Oh, okay, that makes sense. They're cheap as dirt because City of Mist is so heavily farmed, and I imagine back in the day. Oh, these guys are killing me. There's like nothing out here. Back in the day, people probably weren't. Yeah, look, this dude's murdered in Evergreen. So one time I was out here and there was a low guy down here and he was killing all the greenwoods and I was killing all the evergreens and it just like totally worked. Like he killed the low ones, I killed the high ones, and we didn't like we weren't contesting each other's spawns and it just worked so well. Alright, we're gonna grab this guy even though it's a little bit of a risk. We're gonna go for it. Hopefully, oh wait, we're not gonna be able to see him. And hopefully he doesn't drag that greenwood with him, but times are tough, so we're gonna abuse his ability to pass through a wall here. There we go. because giants are actually made of gelatinous substance. It's in the lore, believe me. And they're able to squeeze themselves through certain walls. But it's all about the actual atomic mass coefficient of the wall itself. And all of this can be found in the actual in-game lore if you read the books in Kabbalist. I promise. Jello giants, yeah. They're a function of probability. I like that. Now you're speaking my language. They may or may not phase through any given wall. It's actually true because they won't phase through this wall over here behind me, but they will phase through like the one down there. And actually, I don't know if that's just because they're feared that they won't phase through the wall, but they, like, he wasn't feared chasing me. See, the thing with these guys that are out here is I'm, like, happy as long as I can have these, like 3 or 4 spawns in this area that is just right immediately around this hill. Almost wonder if I couldn't just ask him, like, can you just leave these 3 for me? Because I'm really not... I'm not killing everything all that fast. I'm a old grandpa soloer out here that moves at a snail's pace. One thing I have considered is, what if instead of doing just a solo self-found individual character, what if I treated it kind of like my Diablo 2 side project where I do a solo self-found account? Where, like, Mr. Best Friend, I could get him up levels, and then farm, like, Master Wu's trance sticks and farm Twink Monk gear. And as long as I found it myself, I can twink my other characters. Because that's what I did on Diablo 2. I played it all offline, you know, single player only. And if I found like a good piece of sorceress gear, I would, on my paladin, I would give it to my sorceress. If I found a rune on my Amazon, I would give it to my paladin. That's something I've considered. We're gonna park here and watch for that. That's fun to do. It's kind of what I'm doing with my twink characters. Yeah, like it's still solo self-found. It's just a little bit wider. You're finding stuff and trading it between your characters. It's just an idea. Obviously, I need to get Mr. Best Friend up at least to 50 probably to be able to go farm twink gear reliably. I've thought about doing other characters solo self-found, but I want to finish one. And I also have WoW Classic Season of Discovery coming like in less than 2 weeks. And I've definitely been considering moving over to that at least for a short time. Picked up a decent chunk of shaman gear that I shoved over to a little shaman. Yeah, I noticed when I was doing this research for this project that Kunark is very shaman gear heavy in the easier to access zones. because kind of what I was expecting versus what I got. I was expecting that I could go after a bunch of different pieces of gear on this guy, and it would make it kind of more interesting. And what I found was from 1 to 50, there's really not a lot of gear to get for the Necromancer in Kunark because I'm doing Kunark-only, right? But I noticed that there was a ton of shaman gear that was easy to, not easy to get maybe, but easy to access. In other words, it was a rare mob that would spawn, but you could at least get to it and camp it reliably versus it being like down in a dungeon like down near that's just miserable and terrifying. Shaman was big in Kunark. Yeah, I remember being a youngster back in 2001, and on my very first character, or second character, because I made a dark elf for my first character, and then I couldn't find my way out of the town. And so I made a human warrior as my second character. And when I hit about level 5, one of the players that I met was like a level 10 shaman, and he was like, "Go shaman, man, it's the best. They're so good." And I made a shaman and got him to like level 6 and then gave up on him and then made a mage. And, you know, I went through the whole like umpteen different characters before I kind of settled on one. There was like a 3-month period where all I did was switch mains like once every 2 weeks and never got anywhere. We are at 80% stream. We can see the finish line. I want to thank you guys for being here on a Friday night. Things were really chatty in here last Friday, but kind of quiet in here right now. That's okay. I've had to back off streaming every single night because then I don't have time to work on my YouTube projects. And I'm military, and I recognize that like I'm not always going to be at home. And that's what killed my stream last time. Last time I streamed, I went on a really good like run, and I had like I was up to probably around an average of 20 to 25 viewers every stream, and it was cool. But I got deployed, and then when I came back, you know, the viewership is gone. They moved on. They went to different streams. And so I'm trying to split my time between YouTube and streaming so that when I inevitably get deployed again or sent to a training class or somewhere that I can't stream consistently every single night, that I still have some sort of content regularly going out to kind of keep the community up. Monk is easily my favorite. Shaman and Druid are my current project alts. Nice. Did you go Iksar Shaman? Don't you do it. I'm totally grabbed him at like 50 mana, which probably is going to be kind of risky, but had to. Yeah, that is one of my biggest they made Iksar, I don't want to say, biggest critique about classic EQ is they made Iksar regen just way too powerful. And people feel like forced to play an Iksar on Necromancer and Shaman because of that. And some people swear by the Shadow Knight as well. Trolls do get the same regen, you're right. Yep, you're right. For Necromancer, that's the one where people are like, no, you gotta be a Necro, Iksar Necro. I don't hate it, but I think it would be cool if, well, at least in the Kunark era, gear wasn't as, like, crazy, so you were kind of sacrificing some int to be an Iksar Necro versus a, like a high elf, or not high elf, sorry, gnome or erudite. But then whenever Velius comes around and you've got all that crazy high stat gear that will cap all your stats like, easy, it just makes no sense to be an Iksar Necro. Erudite was probably top Necro in vanilla. I could see that. Because Erudite had the highest base int, I think, out of any race. My magician in vanilla, or not vanilla, but old days, was a erudite magician. I think I made a high elf one and then I made a erudite one. I don't know what I was thinking. Like, apparently I really loved playing magician. I thought magician was like the coolest class ever as a kid. I was like, yeah, you're like your own little group. Yeah, I don't need a group. I can just pull a pet out and heal him. I feel like if you're a kid, magician is just got to be the easiest class to play at the lower levels. I don't see myself having played a Necromancer because the gameplay is not hard. None of these classes are hard to play, but it's a little bit more complicated. Like, I never would have fear kited as a kid. I'd have been like, that's crazy. They'll run away. They'll run into other enemies, even though you can learn where it's safe to do it and where it's not safe to do it. As a kid, I would have been like, just straight up like, no, I'm not even trying it. There was a lot of things that when I was a kid, I thought enchanters were bad because they couldn't control their like stupid little illusion pet. So I immediately was like, oh, they're probably just like they're a worse version of the mage. That's what I thought they were. When I would see people with those pets and I'm like, yeah, you can't even tell it to attack things. That's so dumb. Little did I know Enchanter was the most OP broken class there was. Is. But I imagine, I don't know, you played back then. Maybe you could tell me Empire's End. When you played back then, were people playing the Enchanter at like the tippy top level that they are now where they can go kill like solo kill like super high content? Or were people just not aware that they could do that back then? Because now you can go pull a YouTube video and you can be like, oh, that's how I solo this dude who's normally like a raid boss. Those people that exist, but they were way more rare. Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, people, people are smart. It's just um, somebody could have figured it out. It's just you didn't have YouTube, you didn't have all these different ways for people, Discord, for people to be like, yeah, this is how I did this. So yeah, there probably it was that like one guy on every server that was just an absolute god at soloing, and everybody else just thought they were clarity bots. Like, I'm just here to give clarity out. My character is really not that sophisticated. Meanwhile, there's some dude in his like mom's basement just wrecking mobs on a CRT monitor in 640 by 480, watching Seinfeld on his 14-inch TV. I knew a crazy cleric, for example, Dark Elf, locked himself at 52 for dragons. Oh, like he stayed level 52 so he could still do like Nagafen and Lady Vox. I didn't. Was there a level cap that you couldn't go into those zones if you were higher? Oh, I didn't know that. Or no, I think I kind of. It's like something I knew but forgot because when you said it, it kind of made me think about it. But if you engage them at a higher level, you get banished out. That's interesting. How come they stayed? What? did they just really like fighting the dragon, like, or was it there was some sort of advantage? I thought Dark Elf clerics were so cool back then. The mix between being like an evil character with a quote unquote like good role was such a cool dichotomy. They just love the dragon raids, yeah. I need to do some life tapping. I'm looking a little pale. I don't know if maybe it was like there was a specific piece of loot that they were after and they just never got lucky. And if I remember right, people back in those days for the raids, didn't they do like DKP? That was the how they distributed loot. They were DKP or some kind of council. So, everybody knows the Loot Council like horror stories, and I don't disagree with them. They're not wrong. They're definitely founded in truth. But I was in a Loot Council guild on World of Warcraft Classic, and when I first heard it was Loot Council, I was like, "Oh no, like I'm not doing this." And the person that was recruiting me was like, "No, don't worry. Like I've been in this guild since this launched and it's good. Like there's no there's nothing to be worried about." And they were right. Like the loot council was so incredibly fair. And they were, even though they were all good friends that had been playing together for a long time, they had the right mix of personalities to where people weren't afraid to disagree with each other. It wasn't like a loot council, but it was actually just one dude running all the loot. And they would talk through all kinds of stuff like um to try to like make sure they were making the right decision. And it wasn't like performance based. It wasn't like, oh, you were the number 5 rogue, so now we're gonna make it worse by, number 5 out of 5 rogues, so now we're gonna make it worse by not giving you any loot, kind of thing. Um, like number 5 DPS, I mean. And they they prioritize like tier bonuses to get everybody like they would even tell they were really transparent. They were like, yeah, we're gonna get this guy is going to get his tier 3 first because he's been here the longest, or his tier 3 set bonus. Then this guy, then this guy, then this guy. So, like, I knew right away I was going to have to wait to get tier gear. I'm like, yep, that's okay. And then, yeah, you were patient enough, and it just, enough bosses die, enough loot goes out, and I was pretty much fully geared tier 3 by the end of it. And the only reason why I didn't hit full tier 3 is because I quit raiding. And I already knew the other hunter was going to get the, actually, no, they told me I was going to get the crossbow. And this was what was really cool. So I was a hunter, and there's a crossbow that drops off the last boss in Nex Ramus. And they were like, yeah, you're going to get the crossbow first, even though another hunter who he joined like about a month after me, this dude was like a number 1 in the world hunter. Like he had parses that were like, I am the number 1 parse on this boss. No one in the world has done more damage on this boss than me. And they even told me, they're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Because I asked him, I was like, hey, this guy, he's like really sweaty. And I was kind of sweaty too, but not as sweaty as him. And they were like, nah, man, you join first. I don't care if he's the freaking CEO of Blizzard. He's not getting the crossbow before you. I was like, damn. I just assumed that they would prioritize him because of how good he was. And I would keep up with him, don't get me wrong. Usually I was never as good as him, but I was usually pretty close. It wasn't like I was number 30 on the DPS charts and he was number 1. And there were a few times where I would top him. Like I would, oh, that doesn't sound right. I topped him. Where I would actually do more damage than him. Like I would have a good fight, he would have a bad fight. There was a lot of variables, a lot of good crits. Good leadership can do it well. And then actually in that guild, I found out about a month or two after I joined it that it was actually a bunch of people that worked at Blizzard, including people that you see like giving presentations at BlizzCon and all that. Like high up people on WoW Classic, so that was really cool. Like one of the guys was like, "Oh yeah, we need to fix that on Monday because there was a bug or something." And I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" And they were like, "Oh, you don't know you're in the Blizzard Guild?" I was like, "No." It was really cool. That's my number one nerd flex of all time is rating WoW Classic with the actual dudes who made it. Super cool dudes, awesome. Like awesome people. Very level-headed, very easy to get along with. Skyless Raven has heard me say it on stream before, but like a lot of times with the like guild leadership in these games, it's like some dude makes a guild because he got picked on in real life and he's a total like nerd in the game and he wants to be in charge of something. And so none of these people actually have any sort of like HR experience, any sort of like actual professional experience to manage something. They're just really good at the game. And it was definitely not like that there. They were very professional. Like when we had a wipe or a bad pull, like it was super professional how they handled it. Used to PvP with the Warlords group in vanilla. That's sweaty. The dudes who would bring like 500 gold worth of consumables to every battleground and just burn through them. I was gonna rank to maybe not 14. I think I was shooting for 13 in WoW Classic. And I was like, once I realized the gold cost alone, I was like, no way. I was this little hunter in blue dungeon gear that would eat paladins for breakfast. Nice. Yeah, I did. I think I got to like rank 7 or 8, and I was like, this is insane. Because that was during COVID, and I had a lot of time. And then when I had to go back to work. Oh, yeah, Beast Mastery was so good PvP. You had the pet stun. The pet did a lot of damage. I'm trying to think. There was one other reason why Beast Mastery was good at PvP. I don't know. Marksman was good too, just because the shots were just insane. But yeah, the pet stun for like a 1v1, I would much rather have the pet stun than the extra damage on the aim shot or like the all those other marksman talents. Because once you learn like you kind of learn the pattern of behavior on how these fights go. Oh no, here comes somebody else. You gonna sew me? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's you. I was like, oh no, who's going? My main is in castle actually. My enchanter. I've never done anything with like I've never raided or anything, but he's in there. I'm kind of grateful that EQ doesn't have a guild roster where they can see who's still in the guild and hasn't logged in 6 months. Because I guarantee they would have like booted me forever ago. Are they pretty cool? I don't know a whole lot about them. I I can't really pull these guys. I was gonna try to grab one of these dudes. I watched one of their raids on YouTube just to see how they did it. And they seem pretty well put together. I should try to raid on here eventually. I've only played on P1999 for 15 years and never raided once. It's not that I don't think I could do it, it's just a kind of a, well, one, it's a time commitment. They seem to know what they're doing. I would have to explain that, like, I've raided in other games. I can listen and follow directions. I just, because that's like number one, right? You can go to a raid, but if you're not able to listen and follow directions, you're gonna fail. I would just have to explain that I just don't know how it works. The early days of like WoW was so bad for that. I used to get so frustrated because there would be people in raids that just like had no business being there. And WoW Classic was the opposite because everybody was kind of more mature and they knew what they were doing. There were still bad raids, don't get me wrong. But like, yeah, Molten Core back in the day. I never did Molten Core. I started raiding in TBC, not vanilla. I remember I was in this guild that had a tank who like dude had to be like 70 years old. And not trying to be ageist or whatever, but like he just wouldn't listen to the comms at all. And he would go start tanking something and like stand in fire, and he wouldn't like he would let the whole group stand in fire. You know how as a tank you're supposed to like move the mob out of the fire so people can continue to fight? He like wouldn't do that, and people would be like, tank, move the mob. And like people would be like screaming, like I'm not gonna yell in my mic, but like move the mob. And and then he'd come across comms, and he's super old. He's like, what? I'm like, what are we doing, guys? Like, why is this guy still a tank? Can we not switch him to DPS so he could just stand in the fire and die, and we could all move on with our day? But that was like a super casual guild, and they weren't gonna do that, you know. And everybody talked about how WoW Classic was like so hardcore, and the raids were only for the best players. And then we all played it, and we were like, this is it. Like even KT, we had KT down within 3 weeks of starting. And KT was hard, but it wasn't like Nax, the way everybody talked it up. And then when I finally got in there, I was just like, oh, this isn't undoable. It's just, yeah, everybody knew the strats. That's true. Like back then, nobody knew the strats, and there wasn't YouTube. Like there's a video out there that explains every strat for every boss in like 10 seconds. It's like tanks position the guy here, DPS stands here, tanks move every 30 seconds, tank swap. Everybody's got to click this, and you're done. Like they would explain. I loved it. The dude would run through all of Nax in like 3 minutes. FF14 had some really challenging fights. I've heard that. I've only casually played FF14. I've never done the gosh, how many fizzles am I gonna get? I've never done like the actual uh upper end raid content. To be honest, I like a balance of somewhere between EQ and WoW Classic. Maybe a little bit harder than WoW Classic, but not much harder. Like I don't want to go into a fight and have to memorize like a 10-minute choreographed like dance. Their encounters are like masterpiece level for scripting and music. Yeah, I love how in the encounters, like the boss phases, it would change the music so it would get like progressively more intense. They definitely hit that like on the head. Ah, sorry. Clip that. Clip me failing to extract a dip pouch from my mouth. There's like nobody watching. This is the slowest Friday night stream I've had in like a month. It's all good. Thanks for being here, Empire's End. I probably wouldn't have made it as far in this solo self-found challenge if I hadn't streamed it. It's just too monotonous. When you're grouping, you can talk to people in your group, but when you're solo self-found, you can only talk to yourself, or I guess if you're streaming, talk to other people. The music in 14 is top tier. There's so many good tracks on that soundtrack. And it really like it's so atmospheric, it pulls you in. It definitely like sets the stage for all the areas and the like the encounters. Yeah, exactly. I would be watching probably YouTube documentaries on theoretical physics or freaking the origin of the universe. One time I was soloing out here and watched the last 24 hours of like Elvis Presley. There's a documentary on that. Nile Reg Chemistry. I'll have to check that out. I haven't really got into chemistry yet. I'm like more interested in what comes before chemistry. Like the all the quantum physics stuff is like wild to me. And the fact that we have rules for like big physics and like chemistry and how things fuse, and then we have rules for quantum physics, and they're like not connected. Like they haven't found a way to make it make sense. And that is so crazy to me. I need to learn about dark matter next. You'd likely enjoy now read stuff, all very interesting chemistry experiments. Nice. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like I've said it on stream before. I don't know if you've been here, but I used to drink a lot. Ooh, there's another leg chopper. Ooh, I like electricity. I used to teach RF theory, radio frequency theory, and electronics. I used to drink a lot, and so like back then I was kind of like simple-minded. Like I didn't really like care about any of this stuff or like how things work or whatever. And then when I like quit drinking, I don't know, my brain needed like something better to do with it, obviously, than just like killing brain cells. And I got so into like history and science, astronomy. I love astronomy. Crazy Tesla coils. That is pretty cool. Yeah, I remember like 6 months after I quit drinking, or maybe 3. Oh no, it's a lore item. All right, we're on the clock. We gotta go before that goes pumpkin. I don't think. I think if you gate, all I need to do is gate and then tell my pet to sit down, and I think he'll stay here. The old Carl Sagan Cosmos, yeah. All right, I'm like mashing the pet sit command because that pet will like sprint. Oh, I'm doing the monster walk. Yes. I love it. He looks like he's got like a limp. Like he should have a not a cane but like a crutch. It reminds me of the guy on Harry Potter, that professor that has the limp. It's great with two monk sticks. Hopefully we can get back into the fort. Yeah, Carl Sagan was good stuff, man, and he was almost like a philosopher too, in a way. I love how astronomy and philosophy just kind of goes together. And I think that's why I love it so much, is because it combines just like pure science with like questioning almost like why things exist. And it's super cool. Like I was watching one video. What does he have? Oh, I thought he had something. I was watching one video and essentially he was a pot enthusiast. Nice. And there's a video out there that was like basically why the universe should not exist. Because when it expanded, there was like several points, and I wasn't really paying super close attention, so I can't explain it very well. But there were several points where things should have just immediately like fizzled out if we're following the Big Bang Theory, which not everybody believes in the Big Bang Theory, or I don't know if believe is the right word. Not everybody agrees with that as the origin theory. But if you follow the Big Bang Theory, there was like several points where it should have just like never continued. Yeah, I love that stuff. I eat it up. I can't get enough of it. So then I've started thinking like, do I want to teach myself physics through YouTube when I finish my degree? I feel like there's enough stuff out there that I could. I wouldn't have like an actual accredited degree in it because there's no University of YouTube. It'd be kind of cool to be like, yeah, I don't have a degree in this, I just know a shit ton about it. Spend enough time on YouTube, you're gonna learn it. And I kind of like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I kind of do, but I kind of don't, because he's like really it's almost like he was picked on as a kid. So he like the way he talks down to people is just kind of like, oh no, no, go away, dude. That's that monk that kills everything out here. I only need like two more blues. Like part of me wants to like whisper and be like, can you just give me 20 minutes? He's two against Mars and interplanetary. I didn't know he was against that. I wonder why. Why would you be against interplanetary exploration? That's a kind of a strange position for a leading astronomer. I'll have to look it up. I mean, I'm sure he is a logical person. I will never disagree with that. Spend it on Earth. Earth is like Earth has a freaking expiration date. Like uh yeah. I can understand like the social cause aspect of it, where it's like, hey, why would we spend this much money? I don't want to get too political, but like until the governments of Earth figure themselves out, interplanetary, maybe like getting to Mars might be doable, but like anything more is just not in the cards. Like Earth needs to progress past the we're still warring each other for resources and stuff, and I don't know if that'll ever happen. And yeah, exactly, cosmic events. We're really like not ever that far from an extinction event. Whether it's a solar flare, I would say solar flare is the one that kind of concerns me the most because there's no predicting it. I think you get like 8 minutes of warning if I remember right. If there's a solar flare, you get 8 minutes before there's a... And you may not even actually get that because now that I'm thinking about it, an EM wave travels at 300 million meters per second. I think it takes 8 minutes for the speed of light for something to get from the sun to the earth. So I don't think you would even see it because you can't. You're going to see it at the same time you're going to experience the EM wave. Yeah, it would be like, I don't think it would be an extinction event, but it would set Earth back a long ways. Some people actually have a theory that it's already happened because things like that ancient civilizations have are like they deteriorate after so many years. So it's like there's a possibility that there was already this is already like human civilization's already gone way advanced and then it like disintegrated. And then we're now in the second wave. I don't That's pretty improbable, but I'm gonna look that up. Carrington event. Most intense geomagnetic storm. We'll just go ahead and pull it up on Wiki because what the hell? Medding anyway. September 1859 caused sparking and fires in multiple telegraph stations. So like this was 1859 when there really wasn't that much electrical grid or anything like that. Geomagnetic storm of this magnitude occurring today would cause widespread electrical disruptions. So yeah, like if that happened right now, we would just be totally up a creek. Look at this. This dude's out here. He's murdered everything. And he's the same level as me, or I think he's like one level higher. Now he's over there trying to grab that one. Thanks, man. You're so twinked. I'm just like I just want to go full Asmongold right now. Like you're so twinked you can murder this entire fort. Just leave me like 3 spawns, dude. Ah, you're worse than a bard. Yeah, it would wreak havoc. There would be Twink Monk Andy. Is that what's Andy? I'm doing a camp check to see if maybe the brutes are open. Thing is I've done this before and brute B3 wasn't open and somebody was like I'm claiming B3, which I don't think that's how that works. Every guy and Asmongold talks about is some kind of Andy. Yeah, I don't want to get all toxic like he is. I think I'm just getting like giant fort burnout and I'm less than a blue from being done here and this dude has wrecked the entire place, so I'm sitting at 100 mana waiting on a respawn. He must be just like absurdly twinked because he is the only person out here and he has killed every giant in less than 6 minutes at level 34. I'm actually gonna whisper him and just try to be cool. He's probably gonna be like, "Get lost, nerd. What is solo self found? You chose this for yourself." Oh yeah, he was cool. Nice. He was like, "Yeah, man, I'm camping." Yeah, that's the thing. Like sometimes these people do. They just come here and they just like wreck face for a little bit, and then they just get bored and move on or whatever. At least he's not one of those like super elitist. Like I grinded 200,000 plat to make my character this good. You can go pound sand. For me, it's like I don't really need much because I don't kill very fast. So it's like if I just have 3 to 4 spawns, I'm totally cool. That's probably what he's doing. Well, I don't know if he's that twink. Does he really need a forest loop? Because I was thinking that maybe that's what he's doing. He's just running around trying to get a forest loop. But our forest loops are only... I don't think they're that expensive, are they? Yeah, they're like just right about vendor price. They sell for 300 and they vendor for 290. Cash is cash, yeah. Fair. It's one of those things where it's like he's level 34, so he's probably getting a little bit of experience. He can smash through them, which means he's actually getting kind of a lot of experience when you really think about it. Like if I could wreck this whole fort in 5 minutes like he did, that's probably like 10 to 15% of your level just like that. Swing by the Sarnak Fort if I'm in the area to pop Legos for the bracer. This is single-handedly the most expensive thing I've ever found on EverQuest. I have that bracer. Maybe you can kind of help us understand. We've all been wondering, everybody that all my regulars, how much or why that bracer is worth that much. And I think it's just because it's a C and Viz that a melee can use. But I'm not like 100%. 2 reasons. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'm about to get educated here. I use it for the GCD reset. It's a pain because you got to target yourself, but it's better than nothing. Okay. So it's GCD reset, and then the fact that you can get a C and Biz on like a monk or a rogue or... Oh. It's to have a buff buffer. To put that eloquently. So you can have like see and Viz and levitate even though you don't need it or whatever. And then whenever you get dispelled, you're not losing agolism and protection of the glade or whatever. You are a wise EQ player. I think you're the one that jumps everywhere you go too, even though you're like not running from anything, if I've noticed. Is that you that I feel like I've seen you doing that. Like you're running and you're just running from not running from anything. Oh, level 34. Let's go. And a forest loop. Not. What do I do now, stream? I often jump around or fall off buildings. I think that was the thing I noticed about you when I first saw you, like running around Field of Bone. You were just jumping everywhere. Where do we go at level 34? Trying to level that safe fall. Nice. These guys are still blue. Do I stay here to 35? Oh my gosh. I think I would go crazy. The problem is I don't have the slightest idea what the next logical place to go is. Because when I went to Frontier Mountains, it was way too, like, roamer, pather scariness. Yeah, I'm Kunark-only, so I would love to go to the old world. I would love to go to, like, Antonica. There's so many guards and different money camps that I'm missing out on by doing this. Ooh, this guy's got an earring. That's a 100% guarantee that he's gonna drop a forest loop, right? I've thought about that ogre shaman in Timorous Deep, but I think he's 35. Oh, hey, lumberjack cap. Is lumberjack? That's the first time I've gotten one of those. Is that an all? No, it's not. Lame. I definitely had that on my monk. Yeah, Uwamp is the name of the shaman. Wonder how much that vendors for. I don't think it vendors for very much. Oh, you know what? 34, we could go to the over there, and I'll bet OT is a lot better. I tried it at 32, and it was not an effective use of my time because everything was still white or yellow, and whites resist way too many of your spells. Uwamp's 34, so I'd probably wait to 35 to do him. Because for that reason, just the fact that they're gonna resist, because I don't have the mana pool. If I was better geared, I might be able to eat a resist here or there, but even one resist already puts me at risk of ooming out before I can like effectively control the fight. And two resists, like you're done. You might as well just feign before you end up not having the mana to feign. Thanks for the sew. Hopefully it lasts for me to get my little chores done here. Get my errands run. So we'll go back. Actually, here. Before we go to... Well, I don't think it's going to matter. I was going to say, before I go to East Cab, I might as well train my research. But the thing is, I think I'm going to have to go get some money out of my bank before I can buy any more spells. Popping on your shaman? Nice. Lumberjack's cap is 17. That's not bad. I'm going to try to research my level 34 pet at 34 if I have enough words that I have a backup set. If it fails, I can wait a few levels. I don't want to be in the position I was my level 20 pet I think I failed 3 researches. Or my level 24. One of them, I ended up going like 10 levels before I got another like decent pet. And I was using a way under level pet and it just stunk. Like you had to fear right away. Like you couldn't let your pet take any damage because he was going to be 50%. Yeah, the pet gaps are kind of brutal. That's right, you do have a lone fungi. I remember you telling me that. 5 plat a piece. Oh my gosh, it's going up 2 gold a point. So now I'm up to 6 plat, 1 silver for a single point. Research. Why did they do it? Who decided this was a good idea? Congrats on hitting your level, but you can't get the best spells until you research them. But you can't research them until you get the words to research them, which are totally random. Oh, and by the way, even if you do happen to find them, you might fail the research because we decided to put RNG in literally everything. I'm just glad I have the 29 pet, honestly. That 29 pet was so huge when I got him because I was using the level 20 pet all the way to 20 or like 31 or 32. So just getting the 29 pet was this like cosmic moment. Roll the die. Let's see. That was another reason why I leveled on giants so much is because they dropped the level 34 pet spell components. I think Words of Sight I don't need. Words of Neglect. I got 2 of those now. Words of Duration. What? I gotta pull the wiki up to be able to do this properly. That's for a level 34 Fear. Do I have any more of those? I got 2 sets of those. Oof. Okay, stream, you're in for watching me fumble through words for a little while. Just bear with me here. I recognize this is not the most engaging content, but it's a necessary evil. So the first spell that I want to look at researching, and it's trivial at 122, so I'm not sure if it's even worth trying, but we're gonna roll the die as Empire Zen said, so I almost called you Emperor Zen. That's Words of Dark Paths, Words of Haunting, and Words of the Suffering. I have several chances at this, actually. I've got 5 Dark Paths, 7 Haunting, and 4 Suffering. So we're going to try it. Oh, wait. It doesn't go in the sewing kit. Whoops. Suffering. Get my hotkeys correct here. And Haunting. Haunting is only used for 2 spells. So that's another thing you gotta watch out for is you end up burning words on 1 spell thinking you have a ton of chances and then you end up needing it for a different spell. Okay. Suffering, Dark Paths, and Haunting. I'm gonna double check it again like it's a freaking Diablo 2 rune word. Dark Paths, Haunting, Suffering. And then I'm gonna roll the die. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I got it! Dude! That is so huge. Oh my gosh. Thank you. I was not expecting that. Yeah, that's so big. I'm gonna have a level 34 pet That is huge. Can we get a round of applause for that? Yes, we can. Finally got our level 34, or we finally have a pet at the level you can get it. Okay, is our luck gonna run out? Because now I want to get Call of Bones, which is words of motion, neglect, and endurance. And I don't think I have that. I have 7 words of motion, so okay, but we also need neglect and we need endurance. I have 2 sets of words of neglect, so we have a backup. And I have 2 sets of endurance. Okay. Call of Bones would be a really big one to get too, so okay, only good thoughts. Let's manifest. Alright. Good thoughts. We're gonna be rocking some sweet mana regen with an awesome pet. And we're gonna like blitz through some levels. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I got it too! Oh, I'm sorry, EQ, that I complained about research. Please, thank you for being so gracious. I am a happy Iksar. Yeah, huge, huge luck. And then the last one, Invoke Shadow is a, or wait, not Invoke Shadow, sorry. Invoke Fear. So this is another one that is, it's not research only. It can be purchased, but it cannot be purchased in Kunark. So that's research only essentially for me. And that one is Duration, Quivering, and Resolve. You know what? I'm so nervous to somehow mess up this spell. I'm gonna scribe it. Like right now. That way I don't know. Vendor it, just like have a total brain fart moment. Okay. So Invoke Fear this isn't nearly as big of an upgrade. It is a new fear, and it's I think a longer lasting fear. It's a 42-second fear. That's crazy actually compared to those like what 16 seconds that you get on the Lobby fear. And that one is Duration, Quivering, and Resolve. So let's look for those words of resolve. We have 2 sets of that. Duration, I just saw that. I think I have several duration. Where is it? I lost it. There's so many words. Duration, Quivering. Oh, is it over here? Words of duration, I got 2 of those. Duration, Quivering, and Resolve. I feel like I have a bunch of Quivering. I've seen that. Okay, I've got 2, so I got a backup. Once again, good thoughts. 42-second fear. That's really nice to have. We're not going to be afraid of failure. 1, 2, 3, go. We failed. That's okay. Of the 3 spells that I needed, or could research at this level, I got 2 of them, and those are the 2 that I really needed. We'll probably have to suffer with the, not suffer, but just kind of make do with the lower level fear until I hit 120, which will be in, I think I'm 95 right now, so that's 5 more levels. That's level 39. But just having that pet and having that Call of Bones is super awesome. One thing I'm wondering, so Call of Bones, and Empire, I don't know if you played Necro. It's a shapeshift. It's an illusion. Does that mean that if I use it, are these guys gonna try to kill me? Like if I was to use this spell right now and transform into a skeleton, would the Iksars see a skeleton and be like, "Die. You've ruined your own lands." Oh my gosh. I'm just, I'm super grateful that those two, that is super good luck, because clearly they're still failing. Because I failed the Invoke Fear one. Oh man. What a good, what a good stroke of luck, though. I think Invoke Shadow only takes a single bone chip, if I remember right. I don't know how the Necro Skelly. Yeah, I'm gonna do some testing. Okay, what other spells do we need at level 34 before I go running off to do something new? So there's a new charm that we're gonna need to buy. I'm gonna empty my bank out with plat here because I'm pretty sure these spells are gonna cost. I'm gonna grab 400 because I'm pretty sure these spells are gonna cost a lot. Hopefully that I'm not clearing out 500 plat worth of spells. Beguile Undead is a West Cab. Keeper Rot. Greater Shielding is a West Cab. Keeper Suffering. This guy's asking me to do something for him. I might be able to help him out. I'm a friendly. There we go. Follow. I can invis him. I need to practice my invis. Oh, I think it's self only. I'm gonna burn an entire mana bar on just invis real quick. Try to gain some levels in my divination. Yeah, gather is self only. Yep. Because I noticed my divination spells, they fizzle really often. And when you're in a dungeon and you're trying to get a quick invis on yourself, it's bad if you're fizzling over and over. I need to take like an hour and just sit here and practice that and the Feign Death one. I'm wondering if the specialized skills, because I don't think I had the opportunity to train them. I don't know if maybe they go away at some point during Velius, and that's why I couldn't train them. I haven't gotten any levels in divination doing this so far. Oh, it's level 30. I think I tried at level 20. I thought it was a level 20 thing. Okay, I'm gonna do that as well, because I'm pretty sure I need to specialize in the one that for my dots. But it's weird because you still get you still get points in specializing skills as you're casting these spells, so that's kind of weird. Whoops. I put Allure Death on my bar and then I right-clicked it. Let's see. So I need a root spell. And that one is West Cab, Keeper Suffering as well. Ooh, I got a self, like, absorb. I may grab that. And then I get a new poison DD and a new poison dot. Oh, the poison DD doesn't, it's a Velius, Iceclad, and Thurgadin. That stinks. And then Venom of the Snake is Keeper Rot. So I don't, and the reason why I was Googling all that is I wanted to know if some spells are sold at the Shadow Knight Guild. And I didn't want to waste my time running to West Cab. Even, I guess I could gate back to Warslicks and maybe, but I'm going to have to hit 2 loading screens, so I think it's kind of 6-1, half dozen. I've eaten like nothing in the last 8 hours. Starting to get really hungry. But I don't think I'm going to eat because it's so late. I don't like to eat late at night. Oh, you get chunky. Can't be getting chunky. I was going to run today, but we had like a big banquet, Thanksgiving banquet, and I need to buy muffins in West Cab if you want to. Yeah, sure. I'm kind of slow. Feeling kind of slow. I'll never turn down a buff. I'll turn down like power leveling. I won't let people power level me, but you know, somebody dropping a soul on me here and there, I'm okay with that. Okay, Harbinger Glosk. So yeah, our research is 95. We, from what I remember, we could not train it anymore. And so, if I look at specialization, on the Necro, or wait, it's not on the wiki. Okay, where? I'm gonna look on the forums. I want to say Necros have the hardest choice of all. Alteration covers your dots, life taps, and undead charms. Evocation is for the nukes, and then Conjuration is for pet summonings, darkness. I'm kind of thinking Alteration for the charming alone because might be able to cheapen the training with rep. I've done pretty good on my rep with the Brood of Kotiz. I did the Sarnak fort quite a bit. At higher levels, you won't be using nearly as much conjuration. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. What level is your War Fox? Nice. Level 11. Hey, I'll still take it. It's funny, people are saying don't train research until level 51. I'm like, yeah, right. I think I'm gonna go alteration. I feel like that's just the way to go. Just kind of looking at the wiki real quick. Let's see. Which spec for Necro? Alteration or Conjuration? It's kind of hard to find information even now. Alteration is some dots. It's like they're kind of spread between alteration and conjuration, and that's kind of the reason why I'm still looking at it. But I think the kicker is the charms because. But what I don't know is does specialization. I should probably learn like what does it actually do. I think it just reduces the amount of mana that spells cost. Yep. Skill-based mana cost reduction with every spell cast. Excuse me. Necromancers, okay, yep. Yeah, I'm gonna go with alteration. Let's go ahead and take care of that now. I realized I kind of clicked that kind of fast, and I was like, oh no, did I accidentally click Abjure? That would have been just like terrible. Oh, that costs 40 plat. Oh my goodness. That's so funny. I just burned 40 plat on a single point, but I think you need to click it once. I don't know. I'm gonna just leave it. Okay. 40 plat gone, but whatever. Can't change the past. I didn't even look before I clicked it. This game is full of so many unforgiving mistakes. Ah. Oh my gosh. And then I fall off the tower and into the water. Gotta get your camera level to swim fast. 40p isn't a bad one. Yeah, it's. Well, for me, with the being solo, like money is. I'm not gonna say it's tight yet, but I have a feeling it's gonna be tight. That's what I'm worried or waiting for. Is should we ride the boat? Did anybody ever ride the boat? Like even in classic, did anybody ever sit in this stupid boat and be like, "Oh yeah, this is how I'm gonna get around Cabalus"? Like, did they think about this when they put the boat in the game? You did, nice. All right, Keeper Suffering has, I think he's got Root. He's got Root and Greater Shielding. Root is 4 gold. I'll take it, bro. I'll take 2. Shoot. Greater Shielding's only 19. That's not bad. And then Steel Skin, is that one he's got? No, okay. Oh, I needed cancel. Did I ever get Cancel Magic? I wish you could search your spellbook. Because I've had instances where I've needed to dispel things off of enemies. Cancel Magic. 4 plat, whatever. And then Keeper Rod has got the rest of the spells we need, so Beguile Undead's only 19, so not bad. Evoke fear is a research. I don't think I need resist disease. I don't know. Maybe you know. You know a lot about this game. Is there any value in getting resist disease? Steel skin is 21 and venom of the snake is 21. Okay, so minus the 40 plat I just blew on a point of specialization that I'm not entirely certain is actually effective. That was about 100 plat. Now that I have a root, I can charm. Cancel magic, I needed. Beguile undead is a charm. And I think dominate undead can now move to the back. And that one can go there. Steel skin, just kind of a good one to have. I need to buy some jaspers. And then venom of the snake is a dot. It's a poison dot. So where should I put it? We'll put it here. Then we'll grab, oh, this old pet can go back. Call of Bones can move up here to where Allure of Death is. Alright, super engaging content, guys, watching me organize my spell book. So then now the dilemma is it's 11 o'clock. Do I go and try these new spells out, or do I just get a fresh hack at it tomorrow? Resists are always valuable. It's top priority in most raids. Okay. Yeah, that's true. There are a few necro mobs that I'm actually aiming to kill, so we'll get it. Only 17 plat. It's not going in the front of the spell book though. It's going back here. Or I can forget it exists and then be like, why am I taking so much damage? I have an open slot. Put it there. So now I can charm undead more reliably because I have a root. Before, I didn't want to charm any undead because I didn't have a root. And charming without having your enemy rooted is a really easy way to die. Lots of disease-flinging mobs, definitely worth having, yeah. I'm still being really selective about spells when in reality I don't need to be nearly as selective as I used to. Because like 4 plat for cancel magic back in the day was like, no, I'm not doing it. And now it's like, okay, I don't need to be as judicious. Thank you for the so. That has got me trucking around Cabalus a little bit better. Now what do I go kill? I think while I still have this so, it might be wise to run out to the over there. Whoa, this guy looks so cool. I wonder what kind of armor he's got. Had to get J boots on the monk. So wait a minute. Did you pay for the J boots multi quest, or did you actually get J boots like do the camp? Because if you you can't. So you hit level 51 in 36 days and camped the J boots? That is crazy. You did it in under 2 hours. I've heard, like, I read a story about a guy who it took him like all weekend to did you just get crazy luck? I think he was doing the AC out in South Row, and it was like he said he did it like all weekend. Oh, that was you in the old days. Got it. So you don't have J boots on your. Was it like it is now, where you gotta get on a wait list and you don't have them now? Oh, you do. Okay, dude, that's nuts. In the old days, you had to camp it. Oh, so you're saying with the Ocean of Tears camp, it was like just quicker. Because, yeah, the Shadow Men, I think, is not a huge time commitment. I think people knock that out pretty quick. But then the ring is like what gets people, and they do it over the course of like days. And I guess, how does that work? If you log off, do you lose the camp, or is it where you like, if you still have priority, you just log off and sleep and hopefully bathe, and then um when you show back up, you have priority, so they, whoever it is that's there, has to leave. Oh, you showed up in OOT and nobody was there. So maybe it's okay, yeah, so the story I read, the reason why I'm kind of asking these questions is um I read a story on Reddit, and I don't know if it's true because it's on Reddit, right? Is that a named mob, Skillwolf Elder? I've never seen that mob in my life. Apparently not. I've just never seen that guy before. That's crazy. Okay, anyway, this this story on Reddit goes like this. It was Thanksgiving weekend. I think it was the first year that Green was out, and a guy got. It was like his turn for the um J Boots camp, for the AC camp, because I guess there was like a long waiting list, and he waited for weeks, and he finally got it. And it just so happened it was Thanksgiving weekend, and he had to go to his in-laws for Thanksgiving, and he didn't want to give up the camp. He didn't want to be like, oh no, it just doesn't work for me. I'll have to wait and get it on the next go round, which is the decision I would have made. Like, hands down, I would have been like, I'm not gonna like not do Thanksgiving because of a freaking 20-year-old elf simulator. So the dude, according to this Reddit post, hooked it up on hotspot in his car with his laptop and played EQ. It was like an 8-hour drive. He made his wife drive the entire way. Didn't get it on the drive. Hung out at his in-laws. Spent the entire weekend glued to his laptop at his in-laws. And then I think he finally got it like on the drive home. Like, made his wife drive home. And then he finally got it. And I'm like, bro, like, do you want your wife to leave you? Because that's how you get your wife to leave you. Like, jeez. I have no words. Excuse me. Son of a gun, these guys are still yellow. Sounds like one of those Reddit stories. Yeah, it could very well be. Like, I'm gonna mute my mic because I gotta clear my throat. It could very well be that. Like, the dude might have made that up. because there's no way, like, I would do that. But then again, not everybody is me, right? I just feel like that just sends the message that your family trip is not that important, especially if you're making your wife drive. And in their story, they were like, my wife was totally cool with it. And I'm like, she might have said she was cool with it, man, but like, you basically just asked her to spend 16 hours driving so you could play a game. So supposedly this is the spot here, and it doesn't look very promising. This is where you find like level 30 plus 32, 33 level enemies. There's a blue somewhere out there I tab targeted. I'm starting to burn out a little bit, but I'm gonna do a little bit of just testing of the new spells. So we got a new poison dot, so we'll use that one. The camp was a lot more camp before Quorum. Yeah, I believe it. Quorum kind of, although I've noticed P1999 is on the rebound, but Quorum kind of knocked out the uh, population for a little bit. We need Call of Bones. Oh, you know what? What am I doing, stream? Yeah, people are coming back slowly. I had a feeling that was going to happen. People are going to get hyped up for it. They're going to try it out, and then... Dude, P1999 is just so good. Like, it's so well put together. Look at this. Ultra Vision. This is a first on this stream. I never researched the level 34 Ultra, or 24 Ultra Vision. Oh, that's going to be a weird adjustment. Whenever I sit down, the camera does some weird stuff. I figured they'd come back slow or quick if it got slammed. I just heard it's kind of... Ooh, it's a 10-minute buff, too. That's nice. I just heard it was kind of, like, not done yet. Oh, if it got slammed with the C&D. That's true. P1999, they've got an agreement with Daybreak. Quorum does not, that I know of. So, it's probably riskier. P1999, I know Daybreak's not going to come out and say, hey, you got to... Oh, shoot. We got a rhino right on top of me. Yeah, this one's actually really draining my health. We're going to have to pay attention to that. What else do we need on our bar? Intensified Death. And we can try Shadow Compact. Wow, that mana regen is nice, though. People running Quorum are of questionable dedication. Never know how long they'll stick to the project. Really? That's interesting as well. That one I didn't know. Oh, you know what? We need shielding. That's the rumor, yeah. One thing I always worry about on private servers is like GMs abusing their power. So like, sorry, I want to look and see how much this is ticking me down. It looks like it's about 1% every tick when I'm sitting. I played on a lot of WoW private servers that were for like vanilla WoW, and there seemed like always some sort of controversy of a GM like selling Thunder Furies or... Let's see. So this rhino is white. Do we send it? We'll send it. We're gonna see how well we can do here with the new... Oh wait, we gotta buff our pet too. Shoot. Yeah, they'd like sell a Thunder Fury for like $100, which in their Eastern European country was a lot more, right? Oh, here we go. Here's a blue. We gotta get some like life tap on this guy. Ooh, this is a longer cast dot. Oh, he resisted. No! Stop resisting. Let's get that life tap on him so we're not draining health and dying. And then hopefully we can get one last dot on him. Then if we have to, we'll feign. There we go. Oh, he's still on me. It's making it kind of hard to meditate here. There we go. No, stop. Dude, those dots are like crazy, crazy aggro. Just life tap him. Oh, I fizzled and now I can't life tap. That's dangerous. Oh my gosh. Finally, this far into the fight. He's almost dead and I finally got the ability to med. Yeah, it's sit aggro. And it's like the pet would get the aggro and then he would, the dot would tick. It's going to take a little bit of working out. Like, how is this going to work? Because now, like, I'm wondering, do I click off my Call of Bones? It's still eating my health and I'm at 63. I need to look and see if I can research that shadow sight. Because just having shadow sight to not have to eat health to have ultra vision. Bind wound, yeah, I may actually need to start doing some binding. I haven't done any of that yet. I bought bandages at like level 4 or something. I spent a whole plat on bandages and never used them. Back when a whole plat was like, I need this plat badly. Need to get your monk skill up. Yeah, that's so huge for monks to be able to bind. Now that you're 51, you can get it up to heal 75. Yeah, the mana regen is nice, but it's eating my health. And when I stand up, it's going to eat it even faster. Well, one of my goals was the level 34 spell research, and that's almost done. I wonder if we do maybe not 2 dots, just 1 dot, if that, or the snare and 1 dot. If that might be the way to go here. Those, what are those? Cactus quills. I don't like how the camera moves when I sit, and I sit a lot. It's for dread skill. Okay, we have a thorny succulent here. Let's get a curse up on him and try to get some health back. Definitely getting more challenging. I don't know where my pet is. There he is. Might need a life tap. Get him, pet. We need to get back a little bit. Pet's not really pulling aggro the way I want him to. There we go. That was nice. Oh, that's a redcon tiger. Those guys drop a monk forage item needed for shackles. The experience is like considerably better. I've moved already probably 5% of the level. Thank goodness I got this pet. What's he hitting for? He's hitting for 32. Wonder what the max hit is. There's a table on the wiki that tells you what the max hit is. Necromancer pets, level 34. 32 is the max. So I got a max level pet. Like Duxy UI, yeah, I'm like being negligent at this point and not having gotten Duxy UI. We gotta watch out for that tiger. That tiger would just wreck us. My magical dexterity is faded. My buffs are going away. I'm gonna go grab this rhino. There's a tigress. That shouldn't solo off a rhino, I would hope. We're gonna experiment, because... Okay, it doesn't. Yeah, the level 9 buffs don't hold very long, do they? Just gonna pull him back over here. Ah, he hits so hard. We're gonna fear him. Where is my pet? Oh, there he is. He's on there. So it's like more mana efficient, but it's more like demanding as far as micromanaging your health. Am Kevin, what's up? Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised I'm still on too. I just got my level 34 spells, so I'm doing a little bit of kind of just preliminary testing, and then I truthfully won't be around a whole lot longer. Empire Zen has been keeping me company here as the grind has gone on for 4 hours. So thank you, Empire Zen, for your steadfast support. Goodness, that rhino is like wrecking my pet. Oh, there's a Sarnak like right there. Yeah, get up here, pet. What level is this Sarnak? He's a blue. I'm kind of trying to figure out where is the best spot to fear kite at. A lot of the time I was riding the slow boat to Lizard, Australia. That's a good way to put it. It really is Lizard, Australia. That's funny. I have an Australian, dedicated Australian viewer. His name is Neutral Rockets. I'm actually surprised I haven't seen him tonight. Efficiency-wise, this is pretty nice. As long as I can get a few life taps to keep me topped off. Where did that Sarnak go? Oh, let's see. He's out of range. Wherever he is, he saw all the malevolent crap going on up on that hill, and oh no, there he is. I guess I'm like right on top of him that I don't need to be, and my pet is like 100 miles away. And he line of sighted me as he walked over the hill. Big spiders, 6-foot crocs, yeah. Almost casted that on myself. The Ultra Vision is so nice. There we go. All it takes is like one tap and you're back in there. Should we dot? Like, should we just throw a mega dot on him? Do I even need a pet? I don't even know where he's at. There he is. That snare is nice. He's already at 50%. Go away. So it's like you get low, you get down to like 50%, but then you just throw a couple life taps, and the mana regen is so good that you're not having to worry as much about your mana. Uh-oh. Ouch. You're gonna get life tap, buddy. You shouldn't have done that. You should have just kept on walking. Alright, I can get down with this. There's a jade. That's some money, too. That's like 6 or 7 plat, I think. And experience-wise, I mean, shoot, I'm pushing 20%. It's not going to be like this 34 to 35. It'll be like this, and then 35 is going to slow way down. With it being a hell level. 35 is like the real first hell level. I think 30 is technically a hell level, but it's really only enough that you notice like, oh, it's a little bit slower, but 35, man, you get in there and you're like, this is not fun. Yeah, 30 is easy. 35 is the one that really you're like, I remember the first time I did it, I was like, what's going on? Like, I didn't really know. I knew hell levels existed. I didn't know. I thought they all started at 50 or 51. I was like, what's the deal here? And then I looked it up and I was like, yeah, 35 is a hell level. And I did it on a Iksar Shadow Knight back when they had the experience penalties. And so 35 was like a monster hell level on that guy. That was not fun. So, I mean, the outdoor is kind of decent. Yeah, Iksar Monk was riding the struggle bus. Yeah. Iksar's had the 20%, and then I think the Shadow Knight had the like 50% or whatever. It was like almost a 70%, or maybe it's 25. I can't remember, but between being an Iksar and being a Shadow Knight, it was like a 75% or a 70%, something there in about experience penalty. To the point where, if I remember right, a level 35 or 36, somewhere in there, Iksar Shadow Knight had as much experience as like a level 50 Halfling Druid or something. Alright, these guys run fast, so this is gonna kind of suck. Ah, I interrupted my spell. Yeah, 68%. I don't even know if I can outrun him with a snare on. Like they're that bad. I'm strafe running here to try to make this happen. Oh, that got him. That's an angry rhino. Oh no, he interrupted me. We need this fear bad. He's whomping on me. There we go. Yeah, I think Monk was 20. It was like not as bad as obviously not as bad as like the Shadow Knights and the Paladins. That was back in the day when if you were a Shadow Knight or a Paladin or a Ranger, no one wanted to, or I think even a Bard, if I remember right, but especially the Shadow Knights. Nobody wanted to group with you. Like they were like, no, we're not taking you. You'll kill the experience for the rest of the party because of the way the game divvies out experiences based off your like total experience that you've gained. So you could be level 35, but like I said, you have as much experience as a level 50 halfling druid. And so you're just like getting a shoot ton of experience. People still treat rangers like that. Or rangers. Must have been thinking of the combined being 40. Yeah, that I mean really when you think about it, 40 is still like that's still really steep. 40% experience or 45, yeah, that's still like yeah, like you're killing 1.5 times as much stuff just to hit a level. I'm just glad I have Ultra Vision. I can actually see at night. That's part of the reason why the Giant Fort was such a good spot to level, because I couldn't see what the hell I was doing anywhere else. It was rough in the old days of yore, and it was like that on P1999 too. They follow the actual progression, so on green. So it was at one point. I mean, shoot, on blue it was like several years that it was like that, like 6, 7, 8 years that they didn't have the or they had the XP penalty in, and then on green they only had it in for like 2 years or something, maybe less. I like how he laughs when he casts. 1 to 10 took me 3 months when Kunark dropped. That's crazy. You gotta be kidding. You're kidding, right? Ooh, that's a yellow. We don't want to tangle with him. Yeah. I mean, back in the old days, which you kind of missed, Kevin, like, it was not uncommon for people to hit like level 20 and be like, I'm good here. This was fun. Because it was just so crazy hard to level. And it was no harder than it is now, but we didn't realize we didn't have nearly as much information. We need a mob. There's a blue, but if I pull him, here's the question. Do cactuses social? And also, I'm going to be running like halfway across the zone with this guy. Star Wolf Alpha. I am level 34. Welcome to the stream. And I'm out in the over there just kind of tooling around for a little bit before I Kill the stream and head to bed. Ooh, he resisted. That's no fun. They don't social. Nice, good info. Yeah, I'll like test it to verify, but oh no, there's a tiger. He's a red con. Where is my pet? I thought this was a safe spot to fear kite. I'm like gonna have to pull all the way to the edge. I don't want to have a red con tiger on my ass. Sounds like it's like every zone in the game, it seems like there's just nowhere. Well, I found some safe spots. Kunark tigers do not play. You're absolutely right. Oh no, no, no! Don't fear. I was about to fear, and there's that tiger right there. Okay, his snare ran out. He just resisted. This is getting kind of spicy, guys. We're gonna feign. This is way too spicy. Goodness. I'm not even sure, like, I mean, he's at 30 some percent. I might be able to take him. I don't even want to put Call of Bones on because Pet's actually doing okay. Maybe he can get him. Maybe if I just drop a fear on him to kind of give my pet some insurance that he's not going to die. And then hopefully he doesn't run into a tiger. Oh, I fizzled on my life tap. Can we get one off? He's probably going to range me on this life tap. Nope, we got it. Nice. Yeah, Kunark is, I think, was like very much designed to be a group experience. So the solo spots have been pretty rough. What are these? Cursed Clover of Iksar. Let's check that out. Cursed Clover of Iksar. Who the hell is Iksar? No use and will never be useful on P1999. I love it. There's so many items like that. I guess we can junk that. XP wise though, I mean, look at this, guys. I was like, yeah, I'm just going to come out here for a little bit. And I've gotten almost 20%. So it's a little bit riskier, obviously. I mean, that was 2 resists on snares on that guy and almost put me in the ground. Keep it as a good luck charm. That's a good idea. I like that. Let me grab my little turd bag. They always look like little poops. Somebody on the forums one day talked about how druids leave little druid poops around because, you know, druids are always foraging, kind of like how I am. And they're always dropping their, like, whatever forage items they don't need. And somebody was like, well, these druids just stop leaving little druid poops around. I keep a horror's bane as a good luck. I do that in in the EC tunnel. I just thought druid poops was such a funny way to put that because it does. The little bags look like little poops. Well, that was rough, but we lived. And I gotta hand it to old Z-Man here. Z-Man, like, he took up the freaking charge and he handled that succulent. Speaking of succulent, I need to water my succulents. I have some in my window. They don't need water very often. They're actually pretty healthy, but I haven't watered them in a while. I foraged or found that bane and was like, oh, keep the thoughts away. Nice. You have 670 pieces of food and 3 bottles of water. Yeah, it's like stupid what the ratio. We've talked about that on here before. Same thing. I mean, I've foraged 3 waters and I've got all this that I don't actually really need to be hanging on to. I just haven't gotten rid of it. I'm wondering, do I want to do some undead charming? Is that, I mean, this is pretty good. These guys have a really, oh yeah, the Sith racks. That's a good idea. I could use the one in the hallway. Exactly. Yeah, we're thinking the same thing here. Ah. Yeah, if I hit that dude in the hallway and just keep him alive instead of doing kind of the traditional fight two against each other like Pokemon and then kill them both. Where's my pet? There he is. Wish I could put like a big old beam of light on my pet so I knew where to run to. There we go. You can be feared. We give Z-Band some extra oomph here with the intensified death. I like keeping a charm pet if they hold charm for a decent amount of time, yeah. So normally, like on my chanter, I will not keep one. I'll just let them fight until they're both like 10%, and then you know, you've always got one rooted, and then you just nuke them both, and then they both go down, and you just got 2 mobs for the price of one. Which is why chanters level like crazy fast. But I think on the Necro, I may just do kind of hold the pet. Finish him, Z-Ban. Z-Ban is like struggling. There we go. He finally got a hit on him. Goodness. What was that? Oh no, I hit it. What was that, like a little seed pouch? If you do hide corpse looted, how do you get the, like, how do I get the corpse back? There we go. Hide corpse none. Succulent sap. I don't think that's, I don't remember what that's for actually. It's fun for a little bit, but lower levels and without the right zone, charming on Necro is kind of ass. Yeah, I think it is brewing. I don't want to take this guy because he's a white con, and if my crystal ball is correct, he'll resist like 3 spells and I'll be dying, or at least, at the very least, resummoning a pet. There's a blue. Should we experiment and see if they social? Oh, he's going that way now. Petrified redwood is the monk item. He just resisted. Dude, what? What is the deal with these? Spell is interrupted. I'm almost dead. Oh my gosh. Get away from him before he kills me. Look at my pet running like a toddler after him. You figure at some point, like, some of these spells would stop fizzling so much and getting resisted. We need a life tap, or if he catches me, we're in danger. Let me get the fear off. I got interrupted. I must have been walking because I'm freaking out. There we go. We need a life tap. It's definitely more, a little bit more engaging now. I kind of like that. I like how the game steps it up. Like, you know, my level, what, 20 something or whatever lich spell I had before was kind of forgiving, you know, you only drained health if you were standing up. Versus now, you're draining health all the time. I'm gonna have to fear him again. Beating my pet up good. And so the game kind of like forces you to get more and more efficient as you go, but it slowly introduces it. So at 29, it was a lot easier because it's like putting it in your head like, hey, your health is draining, but it's not this crazy drain, although the Iksar regen definitely helps that. Versus now, it's like, yeah, you're draining, buddy. Like, you gotta manage your health now. That's what they call pacing. And I won't say EQ is like a geniusly paced game because it's really slow. But it's pretty good. Fungal staff usable for Necro? I don't know, actually. Sarnak Berserker. Always drops a Warbraid. That's for the Dreadscale quest. Warbraids are for Veneral Sathir. So I can get faction with the bad guy of the game. Because if so, I know you can do it in Chardock. That's like really interesting how they built this to be more like yeah, you can be like aligned with the evil guys if you want to. Looks like that big rhino is chasing after the little rhino. What's going on? Oh, the evil Docs faction is Veneral Sathir. That's interesting. You know what I think I'm probably gonna need to do is have my pet follow me more often than I'm used to. I need to get a fear on him. Nope. That must be the Warbraid. Oh, he resisted the fear. That's bad news. And I'm not a skeleton anymore, so I'm not regenerating a lot of mana. Let's nuke him with a life tap so we get a nice full health bar. There's the Berserker head for the Dread skill. Collarbones only cost 5 mana. That's nice. That's good because it doesn't punish you for toggling it on and off whenever you need to. I feel like I could just use one more spell button. One more spell button would tie this all together perfectly. That's how it always feels, yeah. That looks like a big cactus. I really can't complain. I mean, 20% in, you know, I've been going for about 30 minutes, so I feel like this is going to go a lot faster than the last level did. Was it Luckland that expanded it to 10? I don't know, actually. I know it did expand. I just don't remember when. And Luckland, I pretty much only played a monk. Luckland was weird because up to that point, you know, it took you like a dozen hours to get to level 20. And then Luckland comes out, and you could go to Paladal Caverns and be level. You could go from like level 8 to 20 in like a day, if not less. I feel like it was Luckland or POP. Might have been POP. Yeah, I might try the like charm that first Sithrax guy. It still requires you to use Rest the Dead though, and remember that Rest the Dead failed, and you get a Mez or a lull fail, and then you got multiple dudes running at you. And there's no fearing in there. If you fear in there, you're gonna be like extra done. So I'm not sure if I want to go back there or not. There's not a lot of margin for error or for RNG. I vaguely remember trying to play the Beastmaster. You know what? You're right. I did too. I made two different Beastmasters. I made a kitty cat one that everybody made, and then an Iksar one. And I like the Iksar more. And actually, in that era, for a brief portion, I tried to play on Ralos Zek, which is the open PvP server where anybody could fight anybody. And Beastmaster, Field of Bone, like low level PvP was one of the most fun things I've ever done in EQ. Like they were so good at PvP because they had like this shaman slows and dots and blind. Like you want to feel powerful in a game, blank somebody's entire monitor out when you're fighting them. As soon as that blind would hit, it was so funny. They would just stop. It was like they don't. Oh man, why am I getting resisted so much by these guys? This is killing me every single time I try to snare. Oh my gosh. Ah, they hit so hard. He resisted my fear. Dude, my pet got aggro. That's insane. Thank God my pet got aggro there. Yeah, thanks for resisting a third fear, or a third spell, dude. Some health on the pet. If he resists this fear, I don't know what's gonna happen. There we go. Thank goodness. Just turn off the opponent's monitor. The first time I got blinded in EQ, I literally thought my monitor died. Like I was turning it off and turning it on and like slapping it. Because that was back in the days of CRT monitors when literally hitting something. I love old electronics because literally hitting it would make it work again. I had a monitor that would squeal until you hit it, and then you got like a 5 minute period where it wouldn't squeal. Percussive maintenance. Yeah, you get it. It's the old timers in my career field when I was an enlisted avionics maintenance technician. Um, they used to tell the story that in the actual technical data for the aircraft, there was a system where it actually told you to take the part out. It was like an electronic box, a little computer. Take it out of the aircraft and drop it from waist height in a manner that it landed flatly on the ground. And that was like a no kidding, this is an approved method to try to fix this thing. Same thing with the indicators. I'm starting to feel kind of old for telling this story, but they literally taught us the technique for fixing indicators in a plane was to take your knuckle like this and tap it on the indicator to try to get like the gears and stuff to start working again. But they were very specific. They're like, don't use something hard. Don't use this. Take your knuckle just like this, airman, and hit it against the thing. Like that was an actual like method that we were taught. Those old flight decks when you would like turn everything on in an old flight deck, and so, we still have some planes like this in the Air Force, but they're kind of starting to phase out. When you freaking turned everything on, it sounded like you were in like a clock shop, like you were in like Mr. Magoo's Magic Workshop. Like with everything on, it was like all the indicators ticking and electronics squealing and steam gauge indicators need a little whack. Exactly. Yeah, that's what we call them, steam gauge. You must be familiar with aviation, because that is the precise terminology that we use. Uh, experienced people in aviation will ask the question, is that bird steam gauges or is it glass cockpit? Is I had my diapers thrown out at 10,000 feet. It sounds like you jumped out of planes. That's cool. Can't say I've ever done that. I've been there when they've done it. I've fixed the plane. I've gone into the back of a C-130 that had like 60 dudes in it to fix a GPS. And I accidentally stepped on this paratrooper's hand, and dude looked like he wanted to freaking kill me. That was pretty funny. And I'm just like this little airman trying to fix the plane, and I'm nervous because there's like 200 people. I wasn't very confident back then. Now I'd just be like, you guys gotta wait till I fix this plane, whatever. I'm gonna not take my time, but be careful and all that. But back then I was like, oh, I gotta get in there. Oh, sorry, sir. Excuse me. Airman coming through. Oh, I thought you were saying you used to jump out of 130s or planes. Work crazy variety jobs from robotics to pizza to retail. Tell you what, having that 40-second fear would be pretty nice right now. But at least I got something to work with. Oh, you were a baby and your mom threw your diapers out of a plane? They like let them do that? They weren't worried about depressurizing the freaking plane and sucking people out? Oh, I need a life tap. I'm BSing with my stream and not paying attention to my health. Oh, it was a Cessna. I guess 10,000 feet. You're not like at 30,000 and you gotta have um, oxygen. Like it's thinner, but you're not gonna die. Granddad used to own one. Nice. Just throw them out. Freaking frozen diaper hits the ground at like terminal velocity. I know we've like it's a very big deal if something falls off one of our aircraft. Like it's an automatic report to at least the base commander if anything even this big falls off an aircraft. He actually was the electrical engineer on one of the planes headed to Hiroshima. Oh, he was on like the backup plane. I watched that. Yeah, there was two planes and one was there doing spotting and was a backup if the first one couldn't do it. Yeah. So crazy, man. That's such a crazy mission. Like they did a air raid. Oh yeah, I think it was 3. You're right. I think you're right. They did a air raid warning for like Hiroshima, but people at that point were just like used to it. I've never fought one of these before, so here we go. It's a cockatrice, which my like RPG senses are tingling that this thing can really mess me up. Oh my gosh. Long stuns, yeah, that's what I figured it would be like something where you're petrified forever. Is he gonna stun my pet and like come running after me? We could just fear him. It's not like Final Fantasy where you just get a game over. Like every member of your party is turned into stone. Game over. That's the worst. You're like, but I didn't even die. Yeah, you gotta have the golden needles or the soft. Some of the translations in those old Final Fantasies were like, what? The worst was Phantasy Star. The old Sega Phantasy Star games were like monomate. You're like, what the hell is a monomate? Like, these guys are actually decent. They don't have as much health. I say that now he's like taking forever for my pet to kill him. Play the Japanese version of PSO2. Nice. As far as soundtracks, video game soundtracks go, PSO2 is like up there in probably my top 10. And somebody remixed the whole thing, and it's all on YouTube. It's like a 36-minute soundtrack, and it's so good. I thought PSO was really cool because it took like the oh, you're PSO2. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Phantasy Star 2, the Sega Genesis one. But yeah, no, I played PSO2. I actually played the Japanese version as well. The hardest part of that game was solving the CAPTCHA. The CAPTCHA to get in there was like ridiculous because it was in Japanese and it wasn't like friggin', you know, it wasn't a CAPTCHA with like 3 little, boxes and it's like choose the chair that's facing the wrong way. It was like, nah, dog, you're gonna do this shit in Japanese and you're gonna hate it, and it's gonna take you like an hour. Hiragana, yeah. I don't even know the name of the. I know they have like multiple languages or whatever. Katakana, or yeah. I just remember I had to like come up with little ways to remember it. Like Oh, that's a house, but the chimney's hanging off the side. Or like, oh, that's a toaster, but it's got a little, it's got a bent leg. Grab this rhino here. Don't resist. Don't resist. They're so fast. I don't even know if I should stop. Actually, I shouldn't have stopped, but I'm fully committed. Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought he was going to be hitting me all the way back. I think you need a third dot, Rhino. Oh, he's right there. Ow. Get him, pet. I don't have time for you, meat. Okay, we just gotta get a fear on him. He resisted the fear. We need to feign like ASAP. Oof. Oh, I know, I don't have my pet heal up. Do we need it? We don't need a fear. He's got him. I swear he's got him. Need to work up 16k for a haste upgrade. What's the haste upgrade? Items with haste are like the most sought after, I think. Monks love their haste. Oh, the seahorse belt. I think this thing weighs 8 pounds. Yeah, I'm not grabbing that. I carried one of those around with me for a while before realizing it was an 8-pound freaking rhino horn that sells for like 2 plat. Yeah, the seahorse belt, that was the one I think I was going to try to do on my enchanter solo. Oh my gosh, it's midnight, but I'm having fun. I'm getting experience. But I have so much to do tomorrow. Okay, this is a perfect time. Thank you guys for watching. This is the MMocracy. Tonight we got from level 33 to 34. We researched like 2 super important spells, the Collarbones and the new pet. So, Empire, thank you for being here the whole time. Kevin, if you're still here, thanks. And anybody else that's watching, anybody watching that isn't following, if you want to check me out or continue to follow my progress, just drop me a follow. Check out my YouTube as well. There's some good stuff on there, as well as archive versions of my old streams. But yeah, thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your evening, day, whatever it is for you. And I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good night.